Why aren't you using my mic? It's not the best. I'll definitely be honest with you. Hello, how are you? And then, why has it done that? I don't know. Hello, how are you? How is everyone? Hello, Fatin, how are you? I'm good. How about you? I'm going good, thank you. Hello, lover, how are you? Oh my lord. What does my husband S thinking after reading my legal notice today? I sent a reply on her legal notice. Will he take action or will he do more conflicts with me? I think that he won't. I think that it was pretty good, Dipty, because I don't see any conflicts here. It seems like this person really wanted this to be done, so I don't think he'll take action whatsoever, so he won't conflict you at all. Fatin says Omar's a reaction. After he saw my last message, please. I think that this person kind of got a relief. It's like they got out of something that they were stuck in and they need to plan something. So whatever you told them has given them a little bit of relief, but they also have to plan that message back. Hello, all about Maine. How are you? How is everyone today? What is Chris's feelings after our talk? He didn't see much options there. He's going on his own way, so it could be just that he's rebelling from society, but it's also that he's got new love coming in, so it might be just that you kind of gave him a ultimatum that then he accepted. So I think in general that means that he's very he's taken that up, I guess. That's what I would think. Abia says, is Danish thinking about me? They are thinking about you, but they're not really putting any control in this. So if you really want them, you have to control this. You can't not control this situation. Lusso says, my money has taken a turn terribly. Any financial advice from Spirit? Okay, so temperance in reverse, there was a lack of moderation here, and that's why your money took a tumble, was that you weren't moderating it. But there is also the High Priestess in reverse, so you might be just manifesting Loso in a way that's not bringing any abundance in. It might be that you're blocking your abundance. So sometimes, like, whether you believe in manifestation or not, you need to open your heart to, hey, like, this is going great because of this. And sometimes, like, having that positive mindset means that you haven't felt the stumble, because everything is a gamble, everything's a risk. It doesn't matter what it is, you know. Hello, Mr. Surabin, says general reading. So there is options out there that there's a lot of options. Be careful, because not all of these options are going to be available to you. They might be, some of them are not that great. So be a little bit careful, but they are still available to you. The King of Wands means upright. Your energy is very good. You've got a lot of energy. You're expending it right. Realize to connect with friends and networking, because that will help you bring in more abundance or whatever you want to bring in at the moment. Cynthia, I hope you're good. I'm going good. The other half unfortunately contracted COVID, but it seems like I was clear from the last test I did, which was yesterday, so Adali says, what did Fabian say about my little note I gave him like 2 weeks ago? Did he think it was stupid or cute? He thought it was really cute. It was probably not the best like time to give him the note, but he did find it very, very cute. Lover says, do you see communication coming in from Scorpio this week? Um, I feel so, Lover. I do feel so. I think they've given up a lot of their commitments this week, and they're possibly going to concentrate always on you. It's weird because the camera is concentrating on something else today. I don't know what it is, but so Starlight says, what are Pisces' true feelings and intentions towards me? Well, yeah, so new love, so and the sun. So happiness, joy, just like honestly, this person's just bowled over, blown away, Starlight. It's like they can't believe such a lovely, gorgeous person is in their life. They're completely addicted to you right now. Cynthia says, what is FS current energies towards me? Firstly, the caring and the love. You know, like honestly, this is my my favorite when it comes to love readings because it's like the care and protect. Page of Cups, they're learning to be a little bit more self-aware, self-conscious. So they're going to be a little bit hard sometimes, and the love is in reverse. So honestly, this strong is a strong bond between each other. So I think this person's fiercely protective of you, wants to look after you, and just make sure that your life is never um in trouble again. You know, like honestly, they want to be your rock. Leela! Thank you. It might take a while, Leela. Do you want to go grab a cup of tea or something like that and come back? Mahidi says, hi, how are you? I'm going good. Why did AJ ignoring me? Does he still like me or should I move on? There is, possibly this person's in always like a addiction mood to make sure that it's weird because on the outside they look like this, and on the inside they're always like this. So there's an addiction here to be possibly false happy on the outside, and then just completely be moody or depressive on the inside. So it's kind of hard because this person doesn't balance or regulate their behavior very well. And it could be just that they need to figure out or get advice how they're going to deal with it. Because it seems like it might be imbalance in like more than just like the mood. It could be imbalance in the brain as well, because after a while, if you get this complete cycle, you might have this kind of wibble wobble, you know. And so maybe this person needs to address this as well. So I think that honestly this person possibly likes you, but they have to address this before they deal with a relationship. And I think a lot of times people see a relationship as a band-aid. Does that make sense? And honestly, guys, I'm not going to diagnose people because that's not fair to them. They have to go and seek help themselves. But sometimes it's hard for them to deal with what they're going through, and sometimes it's hard for them to explain what's going on as well. So Nikita says, what is OP's current feelings for Nikita? Honestly, this person's like, I think this person's got a crush on you or something, because it's like showers you with affection and then runs away and hides. This like feels like a crush or something like that. Like it's a passing notes at school, and then you know that they are watching you and they just hide. So honestly, that's pretty cute, but in some ways it's like um they might be still in like a phase that they really don't know who you are, because after a while you'll become more human to that person, and if that's the case, then yeah, it might be hard for that person to address that. John 4-5. Hello, should I date seriously Jeremy as someone new wed for me? It's weird because there's interestingly enough like people like someone that you want to pursue, and then someone that wants like that you're not actively pursuing. So it seems like that is an interesting thing, that you might actually not be putting enough effort in this as well. So it's kind of a weird dynamic, because it feels like there could be possibly two people that you want to be with one, but you're not seriously chasing the other. And this could be possibly Jeremy that you're not chasing, and you're just like, you're getting all this attention and you don't know who to pick. And I think honestly you've got to really like be honest with yourself why you're not really attracted to Jeremy, and try and seek out why this connection doesn't feel as good or as great to you compared to another. And it could possibly be it's forbidden. Does that make sense? Like, we want the things that we cannot have, you know? It's not like forbidden or taboo or something like that, but when we think that we can't get that person, they tend to be more attractive to us. Pretty says, E's current feelings intentions towards me. Oh, that's cute. Honestly, this person wants to care and protect you already, make sure you're right always, and wants to show you affection. So it seems like a good. This could be more pretty, like in a kind of familiar way. Does that make sense? Like maybe not so much like in a attraction way, but more as like, hey, like my door is always open to you. Guys, if you want to come back and have a cup of tea and come back, if you just come in to chat, because it might take me a while. So Starry says, how does JK Pisces feel for me? This is interesting because this person's struggling. They're winning, but they're struggling, and they should take kind of like a kind of downtime. So it might be not just you, but there might be like lots of external factors, Starry Night. Because the worst thing is when we take on more than one thing, and we should kind of let something go, and we haven't, and we're still holding on to this, we will burn out. So honestly, like this relationship is something that they want, but obviously they need to take a break from a lot of things that are stressing them out right now as well. So it's just one of those things. Dipty says, will I get a reunion with my husband S? This is interesting that you should be focusing more on the present, not the future. And Page of Pentacles. I think this person always like your husband always needed to be a little bit more emotionally available, and I think honestly they haven't learnt, and they're not going to learn. So I think the whole idea is, even if you get this reunion with them, they will still be the same person. They haven't changed at all, and that might be still an issue for you. So I think the cards say stay present. Hey, SK. So, Starry Night said, oh no, I did Starry Night. Cassandra, hello. Will Wisdom contact me this June? It seems not. They are way behind on most of the things that they needed to do. And you might want their attention, but you possibly need to seek it from somewhere else, Rixana, because you're not going to get it from them, and it might be something that you get annoyed by. But what is it? Why do you still have the list is closed is up? Okay, so yeah, don't expect them to contact you back. All About Maine says, why is Chris still asking me to his house tonight? Okay, I think like I'll reshuffle that, because the two cards that came out for Rusana came out again, so we'll get Justice in reverse. I feel like this person wants to, All About Maine is try to get out of where he is, escape. And also Justice in reverse. Yeah, so he might be in a bad place and he's trying to get out, but he shouldn't use you as that excuse. All About Maine. Gypsy, did you put that your question, my lovely? Pucha says, should I move on with MS or should I wait for him? Is he trustworthy? I think that honestly, if you wait for this person, it could be right, Pucha. Is he trustworthy? I think that he does sometimes like reach for the truth. Sometimes it is embellished, but I think he always tries. He always tries, and he's trying to learn to be more honest. But overall, what he does tell you is the truth. Hello, guys. If you just come in, Phoenix, Angelina, go and grab a cup of tea, and come back. So hello, dear. Liked, thank you. Why did my ex send me a message? We had no contact. I feel like this person's scared of being alone, and go at all, and they're dealing with kind of questioning themselves, and whatever they felt that they've connected to has made them more afraid of being alone. So honestly, this person's just scared. Hello, Maria. Hello, KN. Will my ex send me a message soon, Sasha? You might get a message, but it might be just a group message. So I don't think this will be directed just to you. I think it might be a group message more than a actual like message for you. Sophie says, how would it go for me moving out in August? Ace of Swords, you're anxious about like the world falling down. Don't worry. The Emperor upright. It might be a slow and tedious process, Sophie, and you might not like it, but as soon as like you moved, it's going to be okay. So don't worry, don't it's going to be kind of disruptive and you possibly don't won't like it in the moment, but as soon as it moves, you'll be fine, you know? So don't worry about it, don't stress about it. It's just going to be slightly uncomfortable for that kind of couple of weeks while you're moving. Sasha says, a new love coming for me? Well, Ace of Swords again. You're also anxious. Why are you anxious, honey? There's a lot of like stories. Like if we got drunk together, Sasha, you would tell me a lot of like dating stories. And they would be funny, but they would also be like, oh my god. But I think that you're making steady progress, and honestly, you're getting your life kind of on track. So I think naturally someone will like naturally fall into this box with you, and you just keep on going. So I think that honestly, don't worry about it, don't panic about it, and don't feel anxious because you might be just bringing in that kind of anxiety vibe when you don't need to. Owen says, can I have a general read? Of course you can. Okay, so interesting. Queen of Pentacles and Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Okay, so Queen of Pentacles in reverse seems to either be someone that's coming in for you. It might be actually someone that wants to start a business with you. And you might actually save all your money or save all your kind of toys and don't help them out, you know? And that might be something that I would say that probably would be a bad thing. And you should actually cooperate with this Queen of Pentacles because you might actually do something amazing together. That's what I'm feeling, is that if you see this person and they ask you to help her out, you might as well just help them out and actually just help them. It might not be money, it might just be toys, like time, attention, you know, just helping them out with that. Michelle, don't worry, don't spam. I will get to your question. I'm slowly scrolling down. Okay, so Dolly says, my intuition's saying that Fabian will text me soon. Is it correct? I also have gotten many signs and stuff he will be. Fabian seems to be moving. I'm very sure he's moving. So it's kind of interesting. This person might be having their lives kind of moving. I don't know whether this person will kind of be getting back to you anytime soon. It seems like a move. They probably will contact you after the move to say that they moved. That's what I'm saying, is like that would probably be in the next month or so. To say that they moved and where they moved to. You're very welcome, Owen. Laura says, will A message me soon? I think A's a little bit scared of you, to be honest. And might be kind of like you have like the air of like someone that's elegant and very put together. I can be slightly like intimidating. Laura, don't get upset when I say intimidating because you can pull that vibe. Being honest, Page of Swords in reverse means that this person might be like trying to lie to impress you or trying to put a good foot around you, and they're a little bit scared that they're always going to stuff it up. So I do like honestly give this person a little bit more like love and attention where they like message you, because yeah, it's kind of like hard to always communicate with you because sometimes you're just like a little bit like a godmother. It's like, so honestly, I feel like this person's messaging you soon, but be kind. Leela says, why did my ex betray his partner? He called me. Honestly, he doesn't want to say that he didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave the relationship he was in. Also, he possibly be forced into being married to this person. So that's why he's like physically wanting to move. So that's why he called me. He called you. Sorry. I said call me. I'm like, I don't even know who this person is. So Leela, that's why he's a little bit scared. And that's why he's running. Shuttle says, can I become an Olympic gold medalist? A badminton player. I think that you might never get gold. Though saying that you'll possibly get bronze, because this feels like a podium here. You either get very close or you get bronze. So the cards are saying no to the gold, but it's not saying that you won't get on the podium. Man, the Page of Cups in this deck? Oh, the cats are so beautiful. Libra, hello, boy, honey. How will my date go this Friday? Honestly, great. Just make sure that you save some money, because Libra, it might be something like you have to split the bill or something. So save some money. So just in case. Because there might be some accruements, but it looks like it's really good. So honestly, good luck and good food as well. So Aldonia says hello, who's coming towards me is love. Honestly, you will catch them when they come in. I think you've been a little bit upset, Aldonia, quite soon. Like you feel like love is kind of like left you or something like that. Like honestly, you're just like all the people that have come. But the Hangman in reverse means that someone's like afraid of dropping into a relationship with you, but they're going to, and that you're naturally got enough like sense of self and sense of self-worth to be able to catch them and catch the happiness that goes with them. So honestly, yeah, like love's coming to you, but it might be like unpredictable and out of the blue, and they'll just naturally land in a relationship with this person. Hello, Disha. Hello, Zola. Honestly, guys, come grab a cup of tea if you've just come in. sit down with a cup of tea and just chill. We'll be scrolling down the chat, so make sure that you are just relaxing. Camille says, will we enjoy living in the place we recently got proof for? I think so. It might not be as exciting as you expect it to be, but it seems like everything else is all the tick the boxes, but you might have to travel a little bit further to get anything exciting. But everything else is great. Michelle says, what will I do for my parents when I get lots of, honestly, cards is like saying, Michelle, to actually focus on the present, don't focus on the future. And I think that they're just saying that you'll naturally care for them and naturally look after them. Make sure that they're well looked after in their home, wherever that is. So it seems like that it's like not really talking about like money, it's more talking about time and looking after them. So I think that it's saying don't put it off. Don't put that off. Spend as much time and energy as you can with them right now. Is S cheating on me or has someone else in his life? Honestly, I don't think that he's got anybody else in his life. I think he'd be very heartbroken if you left Punyaka. So honestly, he's wanting to play with you, be with you, and I think that he sees no one else but you. Yeah, I feel like he'd be very heartbroken if you left. SK says, what do my guides want to tell me about my mission to Imdor? Well, honestly, you're getting there already. Do you realize that you might have to try again? It might be failed the first time, so don't give up hope and reapply if you failed the first time. Curtis says, what's coming in love? Lovely. Thank you. Okay, so Queen of Cups in reverse. I think that you're being very emotionally driven right now. Curti and Judgment upright. So what people think about you is true. So you might actually have to think about like how people normally judge you. And realize that you're being very caught in your emotions. I think that's what I would call that. Caught in your emotions, caught in yourself. Maybe Curti, you've been watching a lot of romantic movies lately, and they're kind of getting on your like, yeah, in your mind. So I don't think there's anything coming into love right now, but the cards are like saying balance your emotions, because it might be something that's really creating this disconnect between you and your love. Sorry, Curti. You're very welcome, Prinyaka. Niha says, will P message me today? Yes, P will message you today, for sure. Saya says, hi, Cass. Should I enroll myself to phlebotomy classes? Like, honestly, it might be interesting, but you might not really, control this. So it might be something, Isaiah, that you might need to realize that if you don't really put in the work, if you don't really control your time, it might be a waste of time. But honestly, it might be interesting. It might be very fascinating if you can be very disciplined about doing them. Hello, Vishali. So yeah, that the Curti, you might need to like work on the emotional side because it seems like at the moment that's really hurting you. Okay, Phoenix says, I'm Hina, Aria, Jane's feelings, and next actions. So you've got new luck with this Jane's fellow and 2 cups. So this is easy. Honestly, this person's probably wrapped around your little tiny pinky. They really are enamored. And honestly, this is the practical side of love. So they really enjoy being with you and everything to do with you. So it's very cute. I think that they're really really honest in what they say. If they say they love you, then they do. SK says, how would be my college life? You're not very good with people at all. You're very scared of people. And you might be a little bit aloof and cold, SK. And that might just mean that you have to deal with how you approach people and get out of your shell. Because I think, like, swords, if they're scared of other people, they turn into this, like, icicle. And people come up to them and they freeze. So be careful of that. Like, make sure that you're not scared of other people. You're very welcome, Phoenix. I see you. Hi. Chud, is it love or lust with Ivan? Honestly, keep on growing this connection with Ivan. I think that honestly, Ivan doesn't know right now because Chun, this person needs like some downtime, some rest and relaxation. So they kind of put themselves in a situation of being overwhelmed. So, hello, Needy. And Jano, guys, take a cup of coffee, cup of tea. Have a sit down because it might take me a while to get to you guys. Kaya says, how did Jay feel after we bumped into each other at the cafe? Honestly, this person's feeling very positive about this, Kaya. Also, magicians. So there was a lot of like images. This person was imagining you. This is good because this honestly means that this person's like imagining several scenarios and stuff like that. So yeah, give me 1 second because I need to get a picture of them for the next question. So 1 sec. Okay, let me prime this. Could everyone see this? So I need to, so that's definitely no. Say maybe. Come on. You're gonna say maybe. It's getting you a little bit confused there. Say yes. Thank you. Now that pendulum's all primed, so we can now ask it a question. So, Cia says, am I getting pregnant? Is she getting pregnant? Ooh. It was going maybe, and then it says no. It's very much no. Sorry, Cia. Unfortunately, not at the moment. The pendulum says no. Angelina says, does G do something that's not appropriate to my friend? Why was she crying the whole time? I wouldn't say that anything appropriate. There might be a little bit of like this person might mean a lot to this person, Angelina. And honestly, this person might be putting them in a situation that they either are in good books with this person or not. They're like on the outside or they're in like, so there's like a little bit of gaslighting, I guess. That's what I would say is like peer pressure or something like that. So I don't think it's appropriateness. It's more. I would say that this probably would worry me, like that this person has this much control over your friend. But I don't know whether you can do anything about it, to be honest, Angelina, other than them realizing what this person is. Kian says, what are Ricardo's feelings for me? Honestly, this person might be scared of like trying to get in a relationship. And they're very scared of like falling into somewhere that they can't control. They also, Kian, are kind of protecting themselves, like hoarding all their toys, hoarding all their wealth, whatever. They're just naturally scared of letting people in right now. That's what I would say. Like, let this person warm up to you because they're probably a different person on the inside. They're just not at the moment. You might need to give them some space to deal with that. Okay. Cloud says, how did the guy from the gallery feel about me? Did he feel comfortable? These two felt... Weirdly enough, I feel like you reminded this person about someone in the past. And it might be also that you weren't... Cloud, there was something that you wanted this person to do for you at the gallery. So it didn't seem like it's like if you were going for a job interview or something, it didn't look like you were trying that hard. Whatever it was that you weren't trying hard enough. But you look like someone in his past. So he honestly didn't know how to feel about that. So, you know. Okay. Grace says, how does James feel about me after today? Okay, Wheel of Fortune. So this person has to plan. They also see you as being very different, Grace. So this might be like something that they've just started realizing about you is that you're quite different from them. Saha, just put down your question, please. Hello, P. Okay, so I would definitely say that this person might have to come back to the drawing board and work this out with you, because they have to approach it with a certain amount of understanding that you're very different than them. Okay. Can you tell me what you see about me in the cards? Thank you. Well, you've got little bits of money coming in. There's also that you might be slightly different from people around you. Also, don't worry or don't panic about being different or being excluded from something, because there's a person that's always here to look after you, care for you, make sure that you're always growing well in life. This could be actually a member of your family. This could be a mother, father, you know, someone close to you in your family that can look after you. So I think in general, don't worry about being excluded from other people's lives, because you might be very different from them. Just keep on going and keep on persevering, because that extra money coming in is definitely yours. Randy, of course, go and grab a cup of tea, guys. And come right back, because it might be a little time until I get to your reading. So, what happened? I don't know. Like, that, the whole, like, I don't know. Everything. Did that again. Okay, I don't know. There might be some power loss in the grid, so if I go, I go. What is coming towards me in love? So honestly, there's no distractions when it comes to you and love. So it might be that you're actually bringing in someone very, very completely funny. Overall, I think that's really great. And then other thing that is happening is this person might be so great that you actually keep them for the rest of your life. So this is actually a card that prosperity and abundance and all good things are coming towards you. Because you said that it's love, it honestly means that you should not be distracted by other things. So it might be that the person working in your life is so great that you never want them to walk out again. So therefore, you have to be very honest and not really want anybody else on your plate except them, you know? Lynn, hi Cassandra, what were those three women saying about me in the checkout line next week at the grocery store? I think they were talking about me. Yeah, it might have just been that you had no kids. So they were talking about that you either had no kids, or there was something about, yeah, just not having kids. The full in reverse means that they might have been commenting a way that you've been dressed, and that you had that kind of very laissez-faire demeanor. So you were very chill, I guess that's what I would say. But because you noticed, and that's why they're full in reverse, you noticed them talking about you. But it seems like you might have been in the same town for a very long time, Lynn. So these people that you were like, they were talking about knew you a little bit or something like that, which was a very weird thing to be picking up, Lynn. Like, you've been in the same town nearly your whole life? Feels like. because I was getting vibes about like my hometown. So, Maria says, "Will A contact me? I'm so frustrated because I don't know why he's changing." Honestly, this person won't contact you. You should be strong, and you should kind of end it because this will only bring you heartbreak, unfortunately. Where's my shadow self qualities? That would be a very interesting question. I can't wait to actually answer that for you. Palumi says, "Hello, I want to know how I can tap in greatest potential and improve it." Okay, so honestly, Palumi, this is interesting because there is a couple of traits. So Queen of Swords, if you're female, this would be you. If you're masculine, this means that this person's coming into your life to help you. So swords are intelligent, they are always charismatic. If they can control their temper, they are really great leaders, and they are very much thought leaders because they're very much by the intellect. The Chariot is physical moves. This is all the areas of your life, like jobs or movement, like moving house and stuff like that. Your ego, you need to have a healthy self-ego, guys, because if you don't, then you will never catch anything good coming in your life. You will actually actively sabotage it, and it will loosen and leave. So that's one thing that you can improve on, is your idea of self, and your self-worth, because without that you will never ever be able to hold on to something that's good, because you will always actively sabotage it. The other thing is, take time to enjoy yourself. Enjoy strolling in nature, enjoying strolling, and celebrate the seasons while you can, because we only have a certain amount of time on the earth before we go get called back to wherever we came from, whether that's oblivion or other places. I have no comment, but yeah, we need to enjoy it while we're here. Mad. my one of my sisters is nicknamed Mad because she's Madeline. Hi, how does my crush, Alan, can feel about me? Honestly, very, very good. They're very satisfied how they feel about you, and they're also responding as well. So honestly, this is yin and yang, the happiness of a relationship. So it seems like everything is coming together for you, Mad. Thank you, Lynn. If anyone wants to donate today, you'll skip the queue, but you don't have to. The PayPal link is in the description below. Sasha says, "Will I get a chance to sing between audience?" I don't think so. It seems like not enough time. Just keep on working and keep on practicing, because honestly, you're going in a direction, and you shouldn't get bogged down by now. So, Jane says, "How does Jay feel about my recent past?" Honestly, yeah, very strong woman. Also very create, like, honestly, you tend to be able to manifest something out of nothing. I feel like that's the case. Is you're a very competent person, and you don't give up. You literally, if things are crushing you, like a lesser person would just kind of roll over and die. Not you, Jane. You stand there, you make something amazing out of, like, the lemons. You make lemonade out of lemons, and then you can sell it back to Eskimos. Honestly, you're a very, very determined person, and that's what Jay sees you as. Hey, Selene! It might take me a while to get to your message. Go and grab a cup of tea. Sarah says, hi everyone. Hello, how is Khalid's current feelings for me? Oh my lord. All of these want to come out. So we'll do it quickly because there's a lot here. Honestly, this person's not distracted by other things. They might have had an argument with some of your family though. There's a lot. So this person might be overwhelmed or overthinking a lot, but they definitely want to try as much as possible to be with you, Sarah. There's also flirtation and this Queen of Wands. So this person isn't kind of getting on a journey with you. They've got to learn to start this journey. But honestly, I feel like they really want to put in all that work for you. Thank you, Saloni. Okay. Okay, because I was like, I saw two KNs and I was like, Niske, this is yours, my love. Okay, so honestly, this is. I think that you have to be strong in yourself and do realize that sometimes people don't have your best interests at heart. They will control you because they want to control you. And that if you don't do what they want, they exclude you. But I think that you're getting into your own power right now. And this is starting your own thing, starting your own business, starting your own side projects, not really caring about how people exclude you from life, because sometimes this is time to actually understand that some people are just never going to be there for you. Lola says, hi, may I have a general reading? Of course you can. Lola, this is for you. I think there is a certain sense of self-deception when it comes to how you feel in life. And this is down to that you are going to be cared and protected. And also that you have a financial offer coming in. But because your brain kind of tells you that you're not lucky or you're not worthy of all of these good things, I think that you can kind of downplay them, and you shouldn't have that bit where you lie to yourself anymore. Because honestly, things are coming in and things are always going to be there for you, whether you believe it or not. Because honestly, there's someone that wants to care and protect you every single day, wants to put a roof over your head and make sure that you have food to eat. So honestly, I don't know whether you always feel like that, but at the moment, that's what you need to hear. So Rita says Kay's current feeling. Honestly, the happiness, joy, hope, love. This person's a bath of like emotions. So this is chaos and happiness and scaredness. So honestly, it's like a roller coaster of emotions. This person's probably gone through like a lot right now. Like the last week has been a little bit of a eye opener for them. So honestly, Sarita, there's just this bit where this person's scared to like let go, to start not being in control of things because they're starting to not be able to moderate their kind of emotions very well, and they're starting to let happiness come in for them. So I think they've lost. I honestly, if you're talking about like love feelings, then yeah, they've lost already. Okay, so honestly, we're doing pretty well right now. So give me a second, because it sometimes scrolls right down, you know. Zola says, "What are Abdullah's feelings towards me?" So honestly, this person's got to take a break, and they've got to play and like talk to you and just relax, Zola. So sorry, I needed a drink. So this person's honestly wanting to actually look after you and always care for you. Like honestly wants to play with and communicate with you. So like give this person maybe a little bit more downtime because they're probably in a state where they need to relax. 13 says, what is my ex-naf's current feelings? This person stopped thinking about what other people think of them, and they're going their own way. So they're kind of like bucking the society's thoughts and feelings about them, and they're going their own way. Very strongly so, I feel. Paoli says, "Hi, ma'am. Sadeep does any romantic feelings?" Another girl. Any feelings other girl? Well, honestly, Queen of Swords, highly intelligent, highly charismatic. So if this is you, like honestly, swords are intelligent. They're very blunt. They can be very direct. They're very charismatic, but they tend to prone to anger. If this is not you, then that's someone else. The moon in reverse says this person doesn't care what other people think of them. So, Subdeep is not really caring what other people think of him. Ida says, was he recently stalking me? I would say yes. Ida, I would say yes to that. Chantress says, am I on the right track? Temperance in reverse. I think that you're on the right track when it comes to relationships and actually networking and bringing other people in to help. But temperance in reverse, your emotional life, your mental life is not going very well right now. It's quite chaotic. And you need to moderate your thoughts and your mental inside. So I think that you could probably need some meditation or something to snap yourself out of that kind of state with your anxiety. Piali, I will ask whether Sudop loves you. I think that you are kind of getting lied to in some ways, that this person might say that he loves you, and he's not being totally honest there. Sunny says, I hope you're doing well. I am doing very well, Sunny. Ivani says, what yes, Lola, yes, thank you. What are S's current feelings for me, Avnani? There's heartbreak. So this person feels heartbroken. It might be not like in the heartbreak kind of way, but they feel very heartbroken right now. Queen of Swords upright means that this person might be closed down to discussion. They might be putting up like a wall between you and them. But early after this, I might take a break from any of your questions, just because there was 3 in a row. Can Sardas does reconcile with me, or will he come back in my relationship? I think this is... I don't think there is anything between you guys anymore, because this is only a message to you, is to regulate your mood, to bring in other things. Happiness in your life is to attract happiness, is to be happy, you know. So I don't think there's anything between you two anymore. Thank you, G Money, for keeping an eye on that. D Kasha says a general reading. This is a lot for a general reading. We've got to quickly get through this, so I'll be very honest with you. Okay, so your energy is very messy right now. So it's very chaotic. You're not really communicating very well with others, and you're also kind of being not very honest about how you're dealing with things. This can be in your head because it feels like there's a lot of things that you're not being really honest with. It might be time to actually listen to other people and communicate with other people. Disha, you also got King of Pentacles here, so if you are masculine, this can be you. So this is to actually be very direct about money, and also to choose options. So it might be time to actually communicate with other people and choose the options that are better for you, instead of kind of beating yourself up for not getting what you want. You're very welcome, Evani. Sunny says, I wonder, does the person I have plan on moving forward romantically with me? This person's not planning anything. They're waiting on you, and you have to be in control with this, Sunny. Because if you don't, then they're not going to do anything, you know? So you need to be very much in control of that. Ruby says, how does he see me when he last saw me? And how does he feel about me right now? Okay, so honestly, Ruby, in the past, he didn't like the way that sometimes he got very much ousted in a conversation and left outside. So it might have been that he felt like your friends or other people had more access and more like time spent with them compared to himself. And what does he see right now? Ruby, that you might be a little bit too emotional for him right now. So it might be that this person tends to be like avoidant attachment and doesn't know how to deal with that. So like honestly, when you give him space, he then becomes anxious, and then when that's the case, no, I missed my turn. It was after Zola. I did yours. That's this one. You weren't after Zola, you were before Zola. um Blood vein classes. I see. I was sitting there going for a second. I was like, what? Manifest says, will my person reply back to the last email I sent him sometime this week? Honestly, you'll probably have to plan to send this email again sometime this week. This person tends to be quite scattered, so you'll probably have to put in a little bit more work. But yeah, this person probably will reply at the end of the week, but make sure to resend that email sometime this week. Focus on the present, do your own thing, and kind of go towards like a journey, plan your journey out yourself. And do realize that they'll probably say yes to it, but you need to actually send that email again. I'll do yours again, Lola, since you couldn't find it. I swear I did yours. Okay. So, Lola, it seems like there's a lot of things that are not particularly great right now. So honestly, there is this kind of disconnect between you and others. There might be also a lack of prosperity and abundance in your home. It could just be that naturally you're not getting enough attention or love from your family. But there is like love and care and someone to look after you. So don't worry if there is that kind of disconnection between you and family right now, because that will happen whether you like it or not. There's someone here for you. So I feel like you're cool to not worry so much. Just realize that this is a fact of life. Vishali says, does Akil really love me? Yes, this person loves you. You're very welcome, Lola. The hangman in reverse. This person is also scared of a relationship of Vishali. So do realize that even though they love you, they're also scared of being with you. So give them that space to naturally drop into a relationship or drop into being committed with you. Dear Bahai, when will I be in a relationship? Possibly really soon, because like the Empress upright means kids. So Queen of Pentacles in reverse means feminine. And they tend to be very much like their own person. They'll work on their own things. So yeah. Jano, I would say very, very soon, super high because of the kids. You're very welcome, Pilali. Jano, I hope you had a good day. I have had a very good day, thank you. Me says every man's attentions towards me, please. Honestly, this person might be a little bit, you might be beating yourself up a lot about how you feel about them, but I think that that's kind of true. You honestly are very harsh when it comes to love, me. And you might be giving people a lot more benefit of doubt than what you should actually give them. Because I think even though you can be like slightly self-obsessed sometimes, not in a bad way. That's not what I mean. But you tend to be very driven and you tend to be very focused. And sometimes this it comes across as being like very closed off. I guess that's what I would call it. But most of the time you're very good around people. So whatever you're picking up from this, I would say you're very correct. Hello, how is everybody? Cutthroat. Definitely leave your question down and I will get to you. But do realize, guys, then it might be 20-30 minutes at the other end of the chat. So go grab yourself a cup of tea. When will I get to see my manifested dream come true? Signing a divorce. Magician. Okay, so Kirsty, honestly, the ideas are there. You're manifesting quite a lot of great imagination. So honestly, ideas make the world go round. The tower in reverse, tower upright means that you're like honestly getting out of this. And this is going to be fast. So don't worry about it. It might be kind of quick. It might be very sudden, but you're getting out of this very quick. So honestly, Haley says general message, please. Honestly, your mental struggles are coming, like getting over, Haley. Honestly, you're getting over your mental struggles. And Ace of Pentacles, there is a chance of a financial offer coming in that you should accept. So honestly, this is great. You're actually killing two birds with one stone. So that's great. Jano says, will I hear back from Kira soon? I don't know whether you will hear back. I think it might be time for a little bit of self-reflection. But honestly, I don't think that you should worry about that because honestly, this person is going to be around you for quite a while. So do realize that they might be a little bit more childlike. I guess that's what I would say. So more like they might not know that they needed to respond back anytime soon. Jano. So don't worry. Take time for yourself. Needy, how are you? Sabina, Sabhina, Sabheha says, what are the current feelings for M for me? Well, honestly, this is yeah, so joy, spring, celebration. This can be a card for marriage, Sabaha. Also, do you realize that you're not called to look at the future, you're called to actually look at the present right now. So it seems like, honestly, whatever's going on is very great. Like the celebration, the joy, like spring, lots of things. So I feel like it's there. Shashank says, Shashank Haya from Nepal. I want to know if I get my visa for Canada, and yes, when. Very soon. Very soon. So I think there are no distractions. So honestly, don't get yourself distracted from this visa. But I would say that you'll get your yes very, very soon. You're very welcome, Sunny. Jane says, how does S feel about me? Honestly, very, very good. They might moderate their behavior somewhat, so they might feel like so they feel like they're trying to be calm and collected, but they also want to chase you. So it's kind of weird, like they have two minds, but yeah. They're pretending to be calm. I'm dropping all my cards. You're very welcome, Shashank. Make sure if you do want readings in the future that you hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification, guys. Kaya says, how does Jay feel about me? Honestly, this person is trusting the universe. So they're seeing how it goes. They're taking that gamble on the universe is taking them wherever they need to go. So honestly, this is good. This person's quite chill, I feel, in general, Kaya. And you might be seeing like the small things, but they see a bigger picture, so you're called to actually look at that as well, like the bigger picture as well, because they're a very bigger picture person. You might be a very small, detail-orientated person, but honestly, they don't really worry about too much, and they do have a very positive mindset as well. So I feel like they're just seeing how it goes. Okay, yeah. You're very welcome, Curty. Tripty says, is Rishi wanting me back in his life? You're one of his options, yes. So, and I think don't think about the present, think about the future. So it might be like, think about why, if you want this person back, will they be something that you want in the future? Because yes, you're one of their options, but do you just want to be your option? Mountain Mama says, hi, was Scorpio asked to resign due to appropriate behavior? This is funny because I feel like this person wasn't really putting in the work at work, and they were really not controlling their behavior work. So it seemed like they really didn't want to be there and they were acting out. So it might have been inappropriate behavior, but I think it was just that they really didn't care about the job. They were going to leave anyway. So if that helps you. Sabaha, after this, Sabaha, because that's the second question in an hour. What is N's near future actions towards me, and when will we talk? I think this person's not imagining being with you, Sabaha, and probably not talking. So you've got to think about it, Sabaha. They're really not imagining a probability or a future together, and they're really not wanting to talk. So it could be just that this person's not really thinking about anything. PC says the feeling, oh my god, I threw that across the room. The feeling of the person on my mind, he's a Pisces. Okay. So this person is getting out of a headspace. So they're getting out of their self-reflection. They're waking up to that they're not really getting cared for or loved or protected. So this could be a past thing that they've had to deal with, is that they feel abandonment, and this could be in childhood. This could be just that they've brought this along for the journey, and the death cards. So this cycle is going to resolve. So hopefully they are dealing with all of this, and this is going to finish up for them, and they will actually start manifesting relationships that people look after them in. Because it's a very sad thing to say, but I don't feel like this person ever thought that anyone would look after them. And that's kind of a sad and a very deep thing, but I think this person thinks a lot. So, G Money says, what will I give my parents materially when I make more money? What would you give me materially? Okay. G Money, the cards say that honestly you should chase love, not money. So it might be that the whole idea is that they want grandkids. G Money. Or maybe more grandkids if you've got any. But this seems like they want you to get married and have kids. They don't want you to like make more money. Because like if you make more money, then it comes with that they don't get any grandkids. So they'd rather have the kids than the money. Sorry. Yeah, stupid kitty, put your question down. Go and have a cup of tea, though. Go and have a cup of tea and come back. Zaha says, what is attractive to me? You make everything look so easy. Zaha, you look like it's so easy. And you don't, yeah, it's kind of weird, Zaha. You're just like, you know that kind of when you're like watching that cool ass like Bond movie, and they're walking away from the explosion and there's that hair flick. You're kind of like that. You're calm, collected. You don't look like you're working hard. You just like you're walking away from that explosion hair flick, you know? So you just like cool as a cucumber. You don't look like you think at all. You probably do think, and you probably work hard, but from the outside you don't look like that. Randeep says, how will June go career-wise? I think your heart is full, Randeep, so you need to clear up some space there. Because obviously things can't come in if your heart is full. There is options there. Quite a lot of options that are very, very legitimate. So you can take your pick from these, but you need to clear up your heart space so when you move into something that's better. Hi, Speak My Truth, how are you? Something that's bigger, that you actually have space to bring that in so you do a good job, Randy. Hello, Morgan. Super Kitty, you did put down your question, my love. Jades, how are you? I am going great. Can I know Aries' next actions towards me? This person is actually very scared of what other people think about them. And there's maybe a fear-based attachment on your end is like, what if this goes, like, I would say tits up. I'm gonna have to say tits up. So honestly, you should like let go of the fear that they might be walking out. Because it's just not going to help you, and just moderate your behavior. So honestly, it's like the whole idea is to show, not to pretend, but show that you don't care, because it might be just one of those things that if you don't show that you don't care either way, the Aries might just get a little bit more bogged down by emotions and feelings and stuff like that. You're very welcome, Naomi. Uh, Eleanor says, will he contact me? Yes, he will. But I think you also, Eleanor, you have to be more tactful or a little bit more kind. Because honestly, this person might not like your bluntness as much as you value honesty. Hello, Citron. Lily, what's coming towards me in my love life? Why did this one come back out? Okay, so honestly, you might be very direct. Lily, do you have like one of those and I'm wondering because I'm getting this vibe of like a online profile that says I do not want time wasters. I do not because I'm feeling like you have a lot of like lists of I do not want this. And that's what's like blocking things. Also, Ace of Cups, your heart is full and you need to remove things or people from your heart before you can bring or attract someone in. So that's what I would say. Pilali says, when is Sundak's communication to me? I would say soon, Pilali, based on this card, probably in the next week. Saha says, what are my shadow self qualities? Okay. So honestly, the shadow self qualities are that you are more present. Like there is the present. There's also a feeling of not getting excited about things. Page of Pentacles. The ability not to manage money very well. and also to kind of push people away, especially in romantic relationships. Saha. So those are all your shadow self qualities. So honestly, these could be positive if you look at them and you go through your shadow self. So this one, not getting excited about things, could be actually more of a detached behavior where you could actually look outside yourself and realize what's going on and just be a little bit more detached and being less likely to get into something without so being too emotional can be probably like your higher self. Being present can be a good trait to have if you're actually looking at it as okay, then you don't get anxiety about the future. Controlling finances or not being good with finances can be that you can let go always the control. So sometimes it's good to spend money and not really worry about where it's got to. So I think overall I feel like higher conscientiousness. I think the push away of people could be just that you need to address the lack of love that you might have felt in the past and deal with the inner child, because this is the shadow self, but it is the inner child wanting your attention. There you go. G Money says a general reading. Hello, guys. PC, we actually did yours. You can go back in time for that one. Idea. I've already done it. So G Money says general. You aren't making a life choice that you need to choose on. If you keep on not choosing this life choice, then the universe will choose for you. And the love is in reverse. There is a kind of like a relationship here. This could be, if you're single, a relationship coming in. If you already got someone in mind that you are in a relationship, your bond is growing deeper. But honestly, the love is in reverse is a very, very strong love bond. So you're very welcome, Saha. Listeners, of course you can. Did it take a while? Rizmia Sharma says, can I please get a love reading where the pocket Sharma will be the right match for me? Temperance in reverse. So it's kind of interesting, Rizmia, because there is this kind of moderation of behavior. So if this person can't moderate their behaviors in general, it doesn't bode well for you, because this could be not great and will lead to chaos or disruptions in your life. There's also that you can choose other options in your life, but do realize that some of these are not actual real options. They might look like options from the outside, but they're not real good options. So I would honestly say this person needs to control their behavior. And if they're taking it out on you because they think that you have to moderate their behavior, then that's no bueno. You know. Hi, Dash! Astra! Guys, go and grab a cup of tea and come back. What would July be like for me? Honestly, you're being looked after, kid, and protected, so don't worry about life anyway, because someone's looking after you. Um, Knight of Swords in reverse means that you're actually, your energy is getting expended in a very chaotic manner. It's not getting directed towards anything. So, Jane, you need to be more energy efficient and put it towards something that you can do something with, you know? You're very welcome, Rhythmia. I hope that helped you. I felt like there was a lot there that needed to be said, but with two cards, it felt like I couldn't tell you as much as you needed to know. But I think that you already know it. Uh, the lady says, "How are you, dear? I'm going good. Can you tell me the current feelings of Shanik and next action?" Honestly, this person's not excited about life or the relationship in general, and it just means that it might be just in an established phase. And this mentally the struggle, so honestly they're getting out of a mental headspace that they were in, that they were struggling with themselves. So this could actually be very good for them, because they're actually going to then get their mojo back, and they might get back on to really enjoying life, because I don't think they've done that in a while, and that's why probably this is very strong here right now. Super High says love marriage or arranged marriage. Love marriage, you might not see any options. And Page of Swords in reverse. And you might be lying that an arranged marriage would be good for you, Super High. So you might actually have to be very honest and bite the bullet that you might not particularly understand what you're wanting in love in general, Super High. So if you get love, like a love marriage, you might never completely see that as like a great option. Like you're always going to get disappointed. But I think like lying to yourself that someone else will arrange a marriage that's up to your standards? I don't know. There's kind of like a standard here that's too big that someone's going to fail. And that's down to how you feel. You're very welcome, Saloni. How does James think we're different? Well, that makes sense. So you're different in your imaginations and ideas. So honestly, you're probably ideology different. So this makes sense because ideas are so strong and so powerful for most people. Sorry, I'm needing a lot of water today. So yes, that's very strong. So Loso says, "Why is I just not allowing me there to be there for him, annoying ignoring him? I'm ready to walk out of his life um completely." I think this person is Loso. This is hard because this person values you so much that he doesn't want you to take the burden. So it's kind of interesting that it's kind of a funny thing that this person is kind of manifesting this relationship with you. It's like they think that this is going to be stronger than the test of time. So it's kind of a hard thing because they don't want you to ever deal with their excuses or their behavior, because they already know that you've gone through some very tough times. So it's kind of a hard thing because you want to be there for them, but they also don't want you to go through the shit that they've no like they don't want to bring you back to anything that's you've already dealt with, you know? Like, if that makes sense too. Hello, Lynn. Yes, Tom. It might be a while, so it might be about 20-30 minutes. Put down your question. Richie says of current feelings of Adash and his next action if he proposes me in the future, should I accept? Honestly, this person's through a cycle in their life, so they're actually clearing a cycle, which is great. So they're actually getting on to another one. And Ruchi, it's interesting because you've got the full in reverse. So I would be more likely to keep on watching this person. Just keep on being yourself and see if they change. Because honestly, this is hard because this is down to if you see them really stepping up. Because if they don't step up, then yeah. If they don't step up and they tend to make excuses, then I would not want you to be there. You're very welcome. That's a good. You've waited yeah, you've waited long enough to ask me another question. And Nania says, anything good for me coming? It's hard because this is Nania. There might be someone around you that always kind of puts you down or makes you feel bad about yourself, so you don't try hard enough for you to actually approach anything. So this could be a partner, this could be someone else, but it's definitely a masculine energy that makes you feel less good about yourself. Because like honestly, it's not that hard for you to reach your goals, but because this is reverse, it might feel like it's too tough to reach out and grab the thing. And I would say that this is because of this person. So you might have to really deal with that person. Katrin says, have a future with art. If you get up and go for it. Yeah. Honestly, you could have a great future with art. Seems like that's the case. You might be feeling like there's an age difference, which I feel like there is. So you have to be truthful about that age difference. It's like at least a couple of years or something between you guys, but it looks good. My entry, thank you, by the way. You're very welcome. Scorpio says, anything that Aries thinks about me but never tells. And why does he not message first these days? Is he busy? or he just does it by his choice. I think honestly this person might have a lot of like options. So it might be that you are part of the people that he has to message back, but it might just be like that bit that is not always available. Page of Cups in reverse. This person will start, Scorpion, messaging you more in the future. First in the future. At the moment, they're just a little bit. You're very welcome, Nania. Guys, if you just come in, go and grab yourself a cup of tea. I don't want you waiting around forever. Without a cup of tea. So Rita says love messages from Kay. Honestly, they're like, oh yeah, sometimes you could be very mean, Sarita, but honestly, I want to look after you and care for you and protect you. So that's a love message from Kay's side. So it could be just like you might not notice that you're quite blunt. Oi! Throwing cards away today. Throwing cards away. Everything's on the floor. Everything's on the floor. Danny, take a break, please. We're going to be there soon, I guess. Is T a future spouse? No, I don't think so. Based on this card, there's no other cards coming out. So honestly, this means that you're struggling and you should walk away from this. So it might be just that they don't put in the work that they need to be your future spouse. Sasha. Sunbla says, hi, what's coming towards me this month? Honestly, there seems to be needing a little bit more hard work. And you can always change your physical things to bring you in more manifestation this month. So Sunbla, it might be time to put down some goals for this month. So, and can I ask what E's thoughts are towards me? You're very blunt, probably direct as a person. Also that you need to work on yourself. So it might be just time to take this month to work on things that you want to do. And work on your environment. So it might be just time to take that time to look after yourself. But definitely write down your goals. I definitely want to see you do that. Sanvi says, will I go to England soon? It seems like you're struggling and you're going to win. I would honestly put in your hard work right now, Sanvi, to actually go when you can, because you're going to go to England very soon. You just need to work very hard, save all your money, you know? V is God, how are you? I'm going good. I'm going good. I'm going very, very good. Just me. Will Henry fall in love with me? Will we get in a relationship? Honestly, this is very good. So this person will fall in love with you, but they might not get in a relationship with you, just me, because there is the scaredness of people or wanting to be removed from people in general. So they seem to hide when it comes to relationships. V is God. Can I ask what I'll have in June? There's temptation in June. We'll ask why the temptation's there. There's temptation to heal in June. Ooh. Okay, so it's possibly time to actually really put like respond in an emotional manner. So it might not be time to heal, but actually time to be emotionally involved with someone. It seems like it might be time to deal with other people's problems, not yours. If that makes sense. To actually be present for other people instead of yourself. That might be the case. So cutthroat moves, anything that comes out. So obviously that means a general reading. Tower. Okay, so you have like a past relationship that you can rebuild coming in. Ace of Wands, it's time to reconsider something that you wanted because the approach that you've got now is not going to achieve it. So how to get what you want. So this could be that you're kind of like doing brute force and ignorance on it, and that's not working. So you might have to sweet talk it, or you might have to do something else to get what you want instead. Sub says, will I and H get married? It seems like they're struggling to do so, and they probably will. There's a little bit of like they have to really work on where they're gonna live after they get married, but I think they will get married based on these cards. Subliminal A Archives says, am I attractive? What do people think of me? Okay, King of Wands, you could possibly be a little bit self-obsessed at sometimes. You're also addicted to getting successful women. Maybe. That's what I'm feeling. You're also kind of really not wanting to know what other people think about you. And so therefore you don't get out your charisma. There's kind of like you self-direct towards one person and you're not actually bringing out your confidence vibes here. Wands can be very, very dynamic. They can be very friendly. They can be the person that walks into a party and just mobilizes the whole party. But you're not really showing that side. You're actually closing down and you're hiding. So it's kind of a hard thing because I think with this attractiveness, like you can be attractive. That's what I'm thinking is that you don't like even if I said yes, of course you're attractive. I don't think that you show that side of yourself where you walk in and you just charisma on command, you know, like and that's the shame is that you tend to put that towards one person and you don't bring that out with other people. Jadita, what is this SP special person? Oh, do you ask me a question? I didn't see your question. Let me know if I've already answered yours. Magic in the air. When will I and him meet? Can you please describe the meaning and the place? Okay. I think you'll meet in a restaurant. It's pretty busy, pretty crowded. I think it'll be with a group of friends. So you guys have mutual acquaintances, and it might be like a big table, but it's a round table. And there's like, how would I say it? Like, I'm feeling like glasses clinking on the table, you know? Like a nice dinner, honestly. It's a nice dinner. The front's quite loud, but because you're at this table, it's in the back and it's a little bit quieter. V says, what is my karma like? Hello, Maria. Thank you, Empress. Okay, so what is your karma like? Honestly, you have some very, very good karma. I think you're very scared of like the karma though, because you don't embark on any great journeys. You actually are very scared of imbuing karma. And I think that you should forget that honestly a journey of 1,000 steps starts with a single step. And you're called to embark on this journey and just not be aware of the destination, but to actually go on this journey yourself. Hello, Amiria and Beth. It might take me a while to get to your question because I'm scrolling down. If you want to go and grab yourself a cup of tea while you're waiting, feel free. So Gabby says, may I get a love reading, please, of what's coming towards me? So the Star and a Page of Pentacles. So it might be time to actually grow and reap some connections, Gabby. So it might be time to plant those seeds. If you really want these kind of romantic connections, you need to plant the seeds and maybe grow them quite a while before you get a connection. Also, realize that you might not be very responsive when it comes to love. So you might actually shun or not be able to respond emotionally towards those things. So I would feel like you need to deal with how you respond to offers of love. Ramanda says, will Barbara contact me? No, Ramanda. I think this is in the past, and you're probably holding on to this person quite a lot. And this is really bad because this could be a repeating death cycle for you, and this person's moved on. So honestly, you keep holding on to this connection, and this person's moved on. Jadita says, please describe my spouse's physical appearance and personality. Thank you. So King of Swords and the Hermit in reverse. So this person tends to have a little bit more grumpy appearance. It's because they don't particularly like being around people. So they tend to possibly not like being in a chatty room, they kind of want their own space and they want their own personality. Um, they're a nice person when you get them alone, but when they get into too many, like dealing with too many people, they just shut off and they tend to disconnect. Just sitting with my black tea. Fair enough, thank you. Um, and they're just like probably a little bit taller, a little bit skinnier, a lot more worry, can be a little bit angry, but I think that they won't treat you like that. They just tend to get very frustrated and they don't communicate very well normally. But they tend to be one of those people that tends to be very fair and stuff like that. Okay, so will Omar and me are going to reconcile and be in a relationship again? 13, this seems very, very highly probable. For sure. Aritu says, will I ever receive a message from HE? No. No, this is gone. My cards are funny? They are funny. They are funny. For sure. Sometimes they make me laugh at that. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. This was actually a serious question. Why was Justin angry in his last text message when I tried to make amends? He said, let it go and he's best moving. Honestly, this person still has feelings for you, Morgan, but you might be making it worse because it feels like it's attention-seeking behavior on your part. So it might be time to let this go and see where it goes because this person still cares for you, very much so. So I don't know whether just to let them go and they'll come back because it seems like they're still caught to you. Yeah. How is Dr. Guy feeling about me in there? Honestly, this person feels like you're very cute, very small, very adorable. So you could also be quite young, so that's what you're thinking about that. Narumi! Sorry about the wait, Narumi. Okay, so may I have a love reading? I'm Taurus, single, thank you. Why are Tauruses always... The Tauruses tend to be better in relationships, I swear. I'm a Taurus, by the way. So the cards are saying focus on the present, not the future, and also do some self-reflection. So it might be time to deal with understanding that you could be very stubborn, understanding that there's a lot of things that you can change and improve. This can be just like personality wise, and just go on this self-reflection journey because it might be time to do that before you get in another relationship. Tauruses tend to be very stubborn, so we don't tend to do this self-reflection journey very well. No, not yet. I didn't. I completely missed that. Speak my truth. What are JP's feelings for me? His deepest romantic feelings towards me. Okay, so this person might not be feeling very romantic at all. I speak my truth. So honestly, they're not feeling very excited and they're probably not feeling very much in the mood for sex. So they're feeling very drained, and this is probably because, yeah, they're mentally getting in a period of like that they've got this mental burnout that's going to happen unless they take some downtime. And that's probably why this is all feeling like this. So it could be just that, honestly, this person needs kind of like a camping holiday, maybe take some time away, go on holiday, and this will come back to this person. But at the moment, they're feeling very drained. There's like a world full of less color. And that could just be because they're feeling like most of the time they're excited and like honestly, like I'm feeling like sexy sax is playing in the background. But at the moment they're feeling this because they're just like slightly burnt out. And if they keep on going, what they're doing in life, they're going to burn out. So they need to take their time to charge their energy. All the no, Beth, you could ask whatever you like. A lot of people ask me about love questions. It's a curse of being a Taurus, I swear. Everyone wants a love question. Wow, Andy. She's the mean one. Hi, Andy. Did you recover your email and your Facebook? Citrine says, hi, will T ask me to send him the pictures this week? Yes. Yes, he will. Uh, well, your email and your Facebook account got hacked. So I was asking, have you cleared that up? Have you got it back? Okay, JET says, does Vinay Pandey not want to be with me? There seems to be there's still a investment, JET, in this relationship. There seems to be that this person wants you to bring in abundance or something in the house, but that's it. I feel like that's the case. Okay. Fingers crossed. I'm sending you glitter. Magic glitter. It'll be resolved. Promise. PC says, when will the person in my mind contact me? I did do yours, PC. Did you go back in time? Because I did yours a while ago. I hope that you got yours. Sunny says, so since my romantic interest wants me to push the connection forward, is it because he's uninterested and he doesn't want to put in effort? He might not just see all the good things that are in this relationship yet. And they have to do a period of self-reflection. So it could be just that this person needs to do this stepping up before they're actually really bringing themselves to the relationship, Sunny. Liz Miss says, can I ask Ellen's feelings for me these days? Cass, there was argument in the past that's clear now, Liz Miss. And this person has definitely brought you into their inner circle. So you're part of their life, even though this thing happened in the past. So you're still part of their lives. Whether that I think that they would think it's very stupid, not for you to feel like they would never care about you, because you're very much a part of their life. Sorry. Astra says, did my dad lie to my brother O about me? We don't talk. What are feeling about me, please? That you just decided to be very selfish. Technically he didn't lie. He just said that you didn't want to be part of the family anymore. So yeah, they feel like you're very selfish. But that's okay. That's fine. That's you just have to accept that that's what they felt. Um Idash says, "Hi Cass, I hope you're doing well. Can I have a love reading, please?" You're called to actually like invest in yourself first. So grow yourself. So this is time to step in and grow yourself. Also, not to see the small things, see a bigger picture, and maybe reevaluate things that have been lost or forgotten to you. So this could be time to actually really see like how much you can achieve. I think achievement is there. So I think love will come in when you're achieving what you can achieve. And because you're going to be naturally magnetic to people around you, you're going to bring in other like love and opportunities also. Cassian says, should I venture into literary translations with my first book? Can you see self-publishing it being a success? Okay. Honestly, I don't think that translating this might go very well because some of the things might take time to translate because there's kind of that disconnect between you guys, the translation. There's also that the self-publishing might not be good because you might not have as much experience in publishing it. So it could be time to actually see if you can do this in one go and try and see how you go, just not self-publishing it, maybe. Like how am I'm called to tell you to do like upload it to like a e-Kindle or something like that, having the internet version first before you actually bring it into a physical product, because the physical product is going to cost you a lot more money. You're very welcome. I speak my truth. I'm sorry about that. Um, a message from God Jesus to me now. Cosette, you're honestly getting what you want? Andy, I haven't got to your question yet. So there seems to be like your positive energy going, but your sense of self-worth is not great right now, and you need to work on that, because anything that's good coming into your life, you won't hold on to. You won't have enough feeling of self-worth to hold on to anything good. So these are here. So um it will take a while for me to get to yours, unfortunately, and Andy. Laura Laris says, will P respond to my message? Yes, this person will respond to your message. Palak says, will I be able to clear CA intermediate level in 2023? I would say so, Palak, based on these. You're very welcome, iDash. Will I see C again? You will see C, but it'll probably be very brief, Jane. You might not see them as much as you expect to. Tenant Wild says, what is my current life purpose to family, self, and others? I think you're doing very well just doing what you're doing, Tenant. There is a call to actually get out of like a self-reflection and to have a look around and just be more aware of what people are going through. But I think you're doing very well in general. Trippy, hello. Hi again, Cassandra. Lynn says, did one of the women at the store I asked you about earlier had a relationship one time with my Virgo or know him? Yes, there was one. There was one that knew him that probably had, I don't think it was like a relationship. I think it was like a crush or something instead of a relationship. Or maybe a fling. It's like it wasn't long term. So don't worry about it. You're very welcome, Palak. Jazz says, why doesn't Jay want to be around me? Thank you. Your heart is healing. So, Jazz, you might be feeling very, like, emotional, or there could be just, like, a discount. So, thank you, Palak. So honestly, your heart is healing. So if you haven't dealt with all your healing right now, it can be very hard, and struggling for people around you, even if you don't notice it. It's also that you're not putting in the hard work, and it might just be that your heart is not healing right now. So whatever wants to fall out when shuffling, thank you. Well, that definitely wanted to fall out. Okay. So, there was a lot there. You're going through a lot, Trippy. You definitely feel that. So, you're manifesting some stuff, but I would definitely tell you that you need to control your day-to-day interactions, because you're honestly kind of really not bringing yourself out. You're actually hiding away from people, and you need to have more control over that, because this is actually going to affect yourself overall. There's going to be loneliness. It also means that other people do see you as being selfish or kind of like needy when you're not. Does that make sense? So therefore, like, you to have like your friends and to have your family is to not close yourself off from them. And that's probably why you're having so many like conflicts now at this particular point of time. You're struggling and you're winning. So this is good. And also you should trust the universe that you're actually going where you need to go. So honestly, take the gamble, take the plunge, expect the universe to take you where you go, and you're in a period of high manifestation. So honestly, you're doing great, other than obviously you need to deal with this. This scares me somewhat, is that you're actually closed off and disconnecting from other people. You're very welcome, Lynn. Okay. Grace says, can I ask whether James would see a future with me? I love me despite the differences. Honestly, yes. This person could see a thing, but you also need to match their energy because you're a very a low energy person. So you might have to actually sometimes match that energy on a different level. So this might be more physical exercise. So if this person does want to do physical exercise, you will have to do that with them. So it might be time to get out of your comfort zone when it comes to exercise. But honestly, you're a very, very beautiful person and you have this caring quality to you and you have like this mother instinct. Like I love Queen of Cups. She reminds me of this mother instinct so well. She looks after people. She's definitely the mother of the tarot deck for me. So you have this beautiful energy that you look after people very well. And James sees that. Okay, so Empress says, hi, general reading message advice for this week, please. Thank you for waiting so long, Empress. Hello, JB, and go and grab yourself a cup of tea or hot chocolate. Because it might take me a little bit. Okay, so Empress. Honestly, there's King of Swords in reverse. So there is someone that is a little bit masculine. Maybe your boss that's really angry or upset or frustrated. Do you kind of realize that you might need to remove yourself from this energy? It's also that you might have to reconsider some things that you've left in the past, whether they were actually good for you. So you might need to look back and try and decide whether you really want them. This means that you actually will have like a really good connection this week with someone else. This might be at work and this might be how you bypass this guy. So it might be actually time to apply for another like position at work or actually networking with someone else so you can collaborate and get out of this way. So whoever this is, I like you need to navigate around them. So I'm gonna quickly pull a card for you how you should navigate this person. Yeah, don't try so hard, maybe. That's why they're getting frustrated, is that you probably try very hard and this is not working. So don't worry, don't try as hard. Lumia says, how do most people see me and my parents? Honestly, they might not see them as being intelligent people. They might have not studied Lumia, and that's what they see. Ace of Cups as well. You and your family are quite private. And so Lumia, that's something that comes across is that you guys keep to yourselves. And you don't really like interact with a lot of other people. Overall, I don't know. You come across as a curiosity to most people. And Lumia, I think this is just because you don't tend to talk about yourselves a lot. That's what would I say. It felt like a work or boss situation. Is there any kind of job you're doing, like something that you're earning money from. It could be also the government. The government at the moment, because if you're taking in money from like that, you might need to. It felt weird. It felt like a boss somehow. Danny says, "What is B's feelings for me?" Honestly, this person's heart is healing. So, honest, they're working very hard for you. They might be slacking off a little bit. So they're probably expecting to be looked after or you to do some work. It could be in a kind of like testing phase. So they're seeing if you actually put in any effort. There's also life choice. So this could be, Danny, what they're choosing is whether to be with you or whether you to not be with you. See, Saints, as am I a bad person? If so, how do I better myself? I feel like I act on emotions a lot. And looking back, I have been selfish, but can't fix anything. Honestly, you have been possibly Tower moment and Nine of Pentacles. You do not work hard. And the thing is that, yeah, you can't fix anything because it's now past. But I think that if you put in the work, if you put in the hard work, it will pay off. It doesn't matter about the past and the Tower moments. But you have to realize, Cesane, if you keep on going, okay, beating yourself up and proactively doing something, this is going to be the cycle that keeps on happening. Because without us actively doing something about it, we always are going to repeat these cycles until we've learned. And sometimes people never learn. They never learn what they need to do. And saying the first part of improving is to know that there's a problem. Chrissy says, why do guys never approach me? Is something wrong with me single? Honestly, you're very, very attractive. Also, you haven't found the right person yet. So, Chrissy, you are very self-orientated. You're very go-getter type style person. And I see you getting attracted to someone that's also going to start their own business. So you might be at a business networking event and that's why someone will approach you. But without that, no one's going to approach you like that. So I feel like both of you are going to work on your own businesses, and you're going to meet through this networking event. RZ says, will I get a message from Mr. K and when, please? This person's got really held up by other people, RZ, so this might take them a couple of months to respond to. So this seems like there's a lot of things that they've had to do, so that's going to be a hard time. Hello, CS. Alright, who is she? Have you put down your question yet? When will I hear back from David? Pretty soon, Danny. I don't think that this is going to be it's going to be like another couple months or so. Not a couple months. What is it? A couple of weeks. Sorry. Hello, Karen. How are you? Yeah. Give me a second. I need a drink. Nearly quarter way through my water bottle. If I show you this, maybe you'll get it. It's like a gallon, half a gallon worth of water. So, it's a lot of water. Enchantress says, is love coming in and how can I know him? He's probably been here already, manifested in. You just haven't accepted his motions yet. Enchantress? There's also this bit that he's quite wise, quite spiritual as well. So probably does actively worship. But yeah, goes to church probably. Like something, I would say church on Sundays. So it's kind of interesting because that comes out quite strongly. So he's already approached you, I feel. Bojana says, what is my ex-cancer's next move towards me? And when should I expect it? So this person's not really wanting to expend energy on you. There might be like a decision that they come back in your life, but it doesn't seem like they willingly want to move there. It's just that the circumstances will probably force them back in to your life. I would say within the next 6 months for you. Amanda, of course. It might take me a while. Yes, Danny, I did. Yes, Amy, give me a couple of, so maybe 20 minutes. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea and come back. Enjoy the readings. Anything coming towards me soon, says Sumbler. So this means that you should focus on love instead of money. And the Magician in reverse. So you're actually actively blocking your imagination. So it might be time to actively daydream towards things without getting too anxious or stopping yourself. So it might be actually time to work towards something that actively you're imagining that you can open your heart space to. So sometimes this is a good thing to bring in new hobbies, new interests, because they will actually expand your horizons. Lania says, is Jay going to ask to borrow money from me? Yes, I think so. I think so. Is it going to work? No. Will this person try very hard? Yes. Star Lover says, hello there. Hello, Star Lover. Could you tell me a general from the next month, please? So don't worry, don't panic. You might be physically stuck, but that doesn't mean that you actually aren't working towards something that's coming in. So some things are going to be slightly stuck, slightly stagnant this month. So don't worry about that. Just focus on the thing that you are bringing in and manifesting. So don't worry about that. I'm a psychic too? Ah, I see. Yeah, my cards are pretty funny overall. Morgan says, do you see Justice reaching out to me this week before he moves away to make amends? I feel like this person's going to reach out to you, but probably not to make amends, Morgan. Probably to just dilute you with, like, emotion and then leave. You know, like, this person's not going to make amends. They're going to just talk about themselves, you know? So be aware of that. Can you give me a message regarding my love life? Is Addie or someone new coming in? Okay, you're struggling and winning on something. You might have to reconnect with something in your past, like that you've left behind. But there seems to be a new relationship coming in for you. So honestly, I don't see like a bad thing with this, but I'm questioning these two cards. You might always find that love is quite a struggle for you, Andy. There's something to do with that the expectations of love, I think, Andy, more than the other stuff. So I think that it's coming in and it'll be good, but you need to deal with that. Yeah. I don't I don't know how you got that person. Like that person's definitely like not good. Okay, so Nidia said, will Mustafa ask me for a serious relationship? No, Nidia. I feel like the cards are telling you that you need to look after yourself. Grow yourself, bring in your abundance in your home yourself. So it seems like this person will not ask for a serious relationship, Nettie. So unfortunately, no. Bess said, did my mom get murdered? This is interesting because from this, you're possibly right that your mom was there at the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think that it was like it could have been someone else, you know. It wasn't like that it was deliberate. I guess that's what I would say. Yes, I do, Ling. Libra said, can I ask another question? Why are Raymond's thoughts about this coming Friday? Honestly, this person's a little bit not feeling very good about Friday. It might just be that they're kind of tired this week. And they don't really want to say that they don't want to go. So it might just be Libra that they're just dealing with a lot of things and they're kind of going to be tired on Friday. But that's okay. You know, if they go and they have a great time, which I think you will, both. But do say some money, because that might be why they're not really looking forward to Friday as well. What? I keep scrolling down. Okay. Fatin's next actions and plans towards me. So he is feeling like you're very in a kind of like, he doesn't feel like he's listened to when it comes to you. Empress upright, it feels like this person does want kids, Fatin. And this could be just that this person might think that you might be the one. But it's just like a hard thing, because he needs to deal with how he views a conversation. Because if you guys are not not talking very well, you're not going to be able to have a family. It's going to be very hard to. Jane says, how does Jay feel about my new change? Honestly, very good. But there might be that bit where he still worries slightly about you, Jane. But honestly, it's like he will support you. So I did. Did you want a different one than the one that I did for you, Andy? Because I feel like I did just do that one for you. Beth said, did my cousins and aunt murder my mom and steal from me? They probably were thinking about it, but I don't think they did that. They probably did steal from you. I twisted, just put it out a question. So the expectations could be, so expectations, Andy, could be just like people expect too much from you. And so the whole idea that kind of comes into it is the expectations. You're very welcome. I can do that for you, Twisted Fate. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea and come back. So this is funny because like the flirtation tends to come up. But yeah, so it feels like for you, love could be a struggle, Andy. And also that's tied to how people expect things from you. And you get worried about their expectations that they have. If that helps you, Andy. Kushbu says current feelings of ex lover AC towards you. This person seems like Kushbu might be a little bit too much for this person. And you might be a little bit too much in such a small space. So it feels like you can not realize how big your energy is when it's coming towards you. You're very strong energy wise, and you might need to dilute your energy around other people because they're water energy and your fire energy, and so therefore you're both kind of drowning towards each other. So honestly, they were extinguishing your flame and you were like being too hot for them to handle. So it's kind of a hard thing. Obviously they win if they're water, but it felt like there was a lot of like you trying to bring in some like passion and fieriness, and they just didn't want it. Cancerian Queen says, how does Pisces currently feel about me? They feel weak about you, around you, and it might be just because they feel like they have to constantly look after you and take care of you. And it feels like that's a demand. It's not like something that they can finish anytime. So it's hard because this is their expectation in their head. So it needs to be said that you don't need them to look after you. It's just like something that they can't really do. But then they feel weak, so they do it and they hate themselves for doing it. That's the hardest part that I'm getting called to. And I think that they do this without you, like you asking for help as well. Does it mean that preconceived notions? The hardest part is you see any of their expectations as being something that that's an interesting thing, Andy. I would say that it's because expectations are scary. It doesn't matter what they are, Andy. I think for you, expectations are part of a relationship, but you don't like them. You don't like being tied in or tied down. And that's the main thing. So even if they're like small things, you don't like being in that box. So that's the hardest part, is that you might have to just accept that everyone's got those. Ashi says, hello, may I ask SS feelings and intentions towards me, please? Okay, so honestly, this person really likes everything about you, but you might be like stepping back and like not putting in the work because you want them to kind of come towards you. And this might be something that you have to match their energy, because they're slowly bringing these things in. They're slowly reaching forwards towards you, but you're just like stepping back and you're just like reducing the level between you and them because you want them to do more and more, because it's it's you're trying to prove that they really like you, Ashi. And I think that you need to put in a little bit more work. Not that much. not that much. You still have to show, they have to show that you care. Will I see D again? You will see D again for sure. V says, what mistakes do I keep on making or never learning the lesson and changing, says V. Firstly, you do not let yourself get distracted by anything. So distractions are good because they give us the time to change our brain over. You're very welcome, Ashi. Change our brain over between focus mode and bored focus mode. So sometimes the way that our brains work, we have a focused area and then a wide span attention. And so therefore, if you're always in the focus area, you will never have this wide span attention. And this is the difference between us actually seeing a tiger and not seeing a tiger. So sometimes it's good not to see a tiger, and sometimes it's good to see a tiger. And I'm not meaning don't get stressed, because I'm not meaning that there's any danger around. It's because there's both of these things are important because they give us two broad areas of our lives to deal with. The other thing that I would definitely say is that your home is wherever you make it. But you have to bring this heart back in your house. Bring your kind of love back to where you live. Because I think that a lot of times people forget your heart is wherever you put your home, and your home is where your heart space lives. So if you don't look after where your heart space is and where your home is, then you are lacking in that space where your heart can come home. So there's two there that I would definitely say to you that you need to deal with. And yeah, I feel like you are very focused and you're not seeing these things around you as much. Thank you. Glitter. Psychic glitter. I like the sound effects. Danny says, should I study at LS or dual degree? This is interesting because L definitely says yes. Exciting. There's no cuts for S, so I definitely would say no. And dual degree, this might be too hard for you. Dual degree, I feel like you need to be more tactful, maybe less blunt, and definitely not direct. So this could be actually time to realize that to get through this, you will need to talk very nicely to your professors, at Danny, and you might need to kind of slightly be nicer to them. So dual degree possibly out unless you really work on your very silver tongue, you know. So it depends if you want to do that, but definitely L is there. So how does Oma look at me as a person currently? It seems like there's a decent amount of attraction, but he does see you as being younger, or definitely cute, but you can be slightly more immature or young at heart. So there's that youngness to you. How you go, Beth? You go good in chat? What does Aim Musa think about me? We met 3.5 years ago. These things, you might come across being very cold. Also slightly grumpy. I think this is from the outside. So it's kind of an interesting thing that you don't let a lot of people in. There's a lot of armor that you wear. And if people actually see like him underneath, so see saying if they see you underneath, you're quite warm overall. So I definitely feel like you have that energy of being very very cold, possibly slightly distant with people. Even with people that you know. Astra says, can I clarify? I sent my brother another email. He didn't respond. Why and how did he take it? I think that he probably didn't. He probably forgot to respond. Because honestly, this is like your older brother? Feels like an older energy somewhat. I would definitely say that this is you. So very cute, very adorable. Looks after the bigger one. So your brother has taken on quite a lot of responsibilities for you, even if you're not there anymore. So it might be that this person's grown up mentally. So there could be just that bit where because you're not here anymore, that they have grown up in your stead as well. Janos says, can I have a general, please? Thanks. Of course you can. Okay, so there is excitement coming into your life, but there's also time to change parts of your, maybe it is your office more than your home, but to bring in things that excite you and make you aware of your excitement for new things to come in. But generals, there seems to be some excitement, some new things coming in, some changes that you enjoy. So this is really interesting all over. You're very welcome, Libra. Yeah, so it's like honestly, he's going to be slightly tired. So I do realize that he might accidentally leave his wallet at home. That's probably how tired he is. So don't worry, don't panic because he probably hasn't remembered. So it's not because he wanted a free dinner. It's just like that bit where he might be a little bit tired. CS says, will Fritz's manipulation ever come house? To light, will the people at the house ever see through him? CS, I think so. For sure. With these two cards, I think so. BP, are you here? When will I get called to interview at MTA? New York City Transit. Okay, honestly, you're told to trust the universe on this and realize that it's okay to just like wait for it. So it seems like it might be a while for this to happen, but it seems very good. Anita, put down your question, please. I'm going great, Karen. Thank you. Hi, Pride and Prejudice. How are you today? Amanda says, I would like a card. You got lovers upright. I'm gonna pull out another one. So you might have not a lot of little tiny money coming in. So prepare for the little tiny bits of money to not be brought in. But the love is upright, so either you are manifesting a new relationship if you're single, or your relationship right now is going to broaden and deepen, Amanda. So honestly, that's good news. Do you realize that if you were expecting extra money to come in this month, it might not? How is everybody in chat? Thank you for staying on, even though there's a lot of people in chat that have had their questions answered. Thank you for staying. Amy says, can I have a general, please? Okay, so obviously, Patreons, your heart is healing right now, so don't worry so much on love. Don't focus on love because your heart is healing. Don't worry about this. So there is also a lot of options around you, and there's also a call to figure out whether you should start a journey. So it could be just a time to take a break from what you're doing and experience more life outside. So it might be time to actually schedule a trip and go to another country for a month or two, and to bring in that beautiful new options that are coming in for you. Do you see John Taurus wanting a deeper commitment leading to marriage, says Karen. This person's in a little bit of a state right now. I don't think so. We've got Three of Swords upright. So yeah, they're not ready to commit. They might have gone through something in the past, Karen, that's meant that they don't want to get married again. So Pride and Prejudice says, what'll happen after I'm gone to family? Honestly, it's not bad. So the start, you're called Pride and Prejudice to grow connections. So plant the seeds and wait for them to grow. Judgment upright, people have a fair judgment, so it's not going to be bad judgment. Where was yours, Astra? I think I've done yours. Unless you asked for another one. So this seems like there's a fair judgment, so it's not going to be unfair. An Ace of Wands, so there might be a re-evaluation of what things are coming in. Yes, I've done it already, Astra. Go back in time. I already did it for you. So reevaluate your what you want from this, I think. That's what you're called to see. Reevaluate what you want. Growing the connections is good, okay? Pride and Prejudice. Danny says, when will I hear from B? It doesn't seem like you might get an answer at all, unfortunately. It's time to reflect on your own, like where you want to go. But the cards are saying that you're probably struggling and you should give up, Danny, because it seems like it's been a while. Ling the Aries says, may I know why Ging is so tired recently? Can I be honest, Ling? He's being such an idiot. He's tiring himself out. He's like running around chasing his tail or chasing like things. That's why he's so tired. He's being very foolish recently and he's just like expending all his energy. Um, it possibly is that he's kind of eating everything that's in range of himself as well. So do realize that if he's got like food bowls and like there's other things available to him, he's probably eating a lot of stuff. So do realize if he's getting pudgy, that's why. Okay, so okay, so Lilo said, Les Mis says, will my mom get out of people pleasing and see she's been taken from her family and past friends? You cannot make her see this, Les Mis. She's never ever gonna change, unfortunately. And pushing her towards that is going to just make you feel more and more upset. So, unfortunately, this answer is no. Amy says, can I ask how my boyfriend feels in our relationship? Um, and will it last? It's almost been 2 years. Congratulations, Amy. So the Hanged Man in reverse. This person is kind of scared of like not seeing the world, like experiencing all the things that his friends are talking about. But I think the whole idea is that he's going to just wind up naturally being with you. So it's kind of hard because this person's probably happy, but he's getting told like stories from his friends, about conquests and stuff like that. And you shouldn't feel bad about that, Amy, because he is a very loyal person and he might feel like he's getting stuck a little bit. But that's okay. He'll naturally drop in a relationship with you. And then when he drops into this relationship, the mental bandages come off. Because the whole idea is that as he starts realizing that life is very good with you, Amy, this then becomes like he sees his friends that aren't in relationships struggle. And he's like, yay, I actually got the girl, the right girl. So you've got to realize that that's the case. Jano says, is Kira and I twin flames? No. I don't think that you are. But it would be very weird to find someone that is your twin flame. Because Jano, you would have to deal both with your anger. Because you both provoke your anger very strongly. And that would be very interesting. That, like, honestly, yeah, so Ling, he's tiring himself out and he's probably eating, like, some food that's around him that he's not supposed to eat. So, probably if there's anything on the floor, make sure to lift it up because he's eating it as well. Twisted Fate says, will you do a love reading? Okay, so there's something that you should walk away from. You should give up and walk away from with love. So it might be that you're actually creating more of an issue for yourself, holding on to something that is not working for you. You're also, Twisted Fate, get attracted to opposites. Now, this is not bad. This is actually quite good for you if you actually understand that this person won't be wanting the same things in life, because that they'll be kind of different, and you've got to understand that opposites are great unless you really want them to be doing this with you, doing that with you, doing the other with you, because this person won't be doing the same things as you. And that's okay if you understand that completely in a nutshell. And that's okay. You've got to realize that that's the case. Hello, Tisha. You're very welcome, Ling. Okay, so Leah says, until me and my lover get back together as a couple. It might be a while because they're seeing some distractions, Leah, which means that you might feel like they're taking you for granted overall. But yeah, you've got to realize that it might be a very long time because they need to work with that. Does my lover's granddad see me and his granddaughter being a couple again? And when, even if it's not a specific time. He really likes you, you know. You're very similar to him, I think. That's what I'm getting, is like you being as stubborn as him, and he likes that. He wants you to let it go, mostly because, like, he knew that you got, like, honestly, you worked hard for this, his granddaughter. You worked very hard for it. But he does see this not being really great for you because you always have to put more effort in. And she might not expect the same, you know? So she'll expect that. You're very welcome, Twisted Fate. Emma's current feelings and tension towards me, not very good, honey. Fatin. It's all yeah, the heartbreak. So it's not great right now. CS says, how does the Paris guy see me as a person? What does he think about my mom? Okay. So yeah, so you ready for this? So the Paris guy sees you as a distraction. So it might be not so much as a person, maybe more like a distraction, and sees your mother as being controlling. So if that once you wanna hear that, that's the case right now. So it's hard because like I feel like when you're doing tarot readings, men and women think very differently. It's very hard to explain sometimes to different people. Hello everyone that's just come in. It might be about 15 minutes. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea. General, please. So there is a judgment upright, and Karen, there is options. So honestly, people probably really think that you do a really good job in life. Like honestly, they'll heap a lot of praise on you. You don't think that it's actually you don't take compliments lightly, I feel. But the thing is that there's a lot of options here available for you that you're scared to take, and you should actually work towards choosing things from this to stack to work on, because honestly you're doing very well at deciding things on your own. So Gloria, I will get to your questions, so don't worry. Everybody don't spam because I will get to your questions. It's all good. I'm scrolling down. Okay, so and then Jane says, how will B feel about my recent post? It seems like it might be not the right post to add. It might look like you don't care what other people think of you. And this person might hesitate to actually tell you what they think about it because they don't really want to hurt your feelings. So that's the hardest part. So I don't know. It's up to their kind of feelings, but it seems like they won't like it. What does Leo want me to know? Says Astrid. It seems like there is heartbreak for this person overall. And they don't want to try again. So it seems like Astrid, they are in a period of not really wanting to continue something, because it hurts too much. So what does my ex-lover want me to know? Leah, honestly, you are a very I don't want to say masculine. You do have the great qualities of looking after people and loving them like very strongly. I see that connection with you. And you when you know someone's worth, you invest in them very deeply. So you tend to have this connection with you and putting money in to people. I guess that's what I would say. But you sometimes seemed like you really weren't unhappy with the things that came to you. They weren't good enough for you overall. So it might have been that you tended to have this bit that you could criticize quite well. of the things that were here when they were here. So it could just be that they're remembering quite a lot of things that, like, negative things, and that's okay because we go through a period of deletion. Unfortunately, Leah, when we break up with people, we tend to see the people that are here. When we break up with people, we tend to delete the good memories and keep the bad memories. It makes it easier to deal with a breakup. So, do you realize that? H says, what was DR trying to tell me? He keeps hesitating and it's just confusing. He doesn't want to look after you, and that might be like why he doesn't want to break your heart. So it seems like that's H what the message was, and that's why it was hesitation. Anita says, what's next in love with me? For me? Honestly, I don't think that you're actually ready for a relationship at the moment, Anita. It seems like you're not confident enough, and you might not feel like you're attractive enough right now. And this is hard because I think you're very attractive. This is the hardest part, is that you're a very attractive woman. But I don't feel like you have the confidence for that. And you keep getting upset about that, I feel. Like, this is not something that, as a tarot reader, like, you already know this, I think, Anita. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how to make you feel more confident about yourself. Cause I do see you. Honestly, you look great. When you want to go out, you look amazing. So I don't know how I'm going to explain that to you, but at the moment you're not ready. I think you need to feel like that confidence comes back to you, which I would say will return quite soon. So give it a while, but it's going to be soon then. AJ, of course you can. Jamie says, need a love reading and who's trying to block my soulmate and twin flame from me. Okay, so honestly, you're going to get what you want, Jamie. You just need to reevaluate how to get it. And who's trying to block my twins of soulmate and twin flame from me? It could have been yourself until recently. You're very welcome, Gloria. So that's the case, I would definitely say. That's what I would say, generally, is that it was yourself until recently. Andy says, this new person, when and what is he going to be like? Can you please give me... I think this is interesting. This person has met you in the past. And I think that's the case, is that he's met you in the past, maybe at a party. There was something that you were at that he was at, and he noticed you. Tallish guy? A lot of hair. I definitely see a lot of hair. Close cropped, probably curly. I definitely feel like curly, very cute hair, but taller. Definitely taller. Not lanky. Like when I say tall, he was athletic build, I feel. He's naturally curious and he tends to be quite quiet. So it's like you wouldn't know what like to ask him. Like he tends to not offer quite a lot of detail about himself. Like he can like bring it up when it's needed, but he tends to not talk about himself. And so past issue that you need to work on is the way that you seek attention in a relationship. Now, these things come up quite often, and it's the way that we tend to ask for things in relationships. And this is down to how we usually asked our parents and how our parents responded. And sometimes the hardest part about parents is they don't address, like when we came up and we asked for things, they either said yes or no. They didn't actually go through the whole process. Like most of the time when you ask for things now, if you think they're going to go no, sometimes it can be easier to go back into attention seeking behavior, like sometimes manipulation. I'm not meaning, Andy, that that's you, but sometimes we go towards emotional manipulation, or we can lean on anger to get what we want because it worked very well as kids. Why don't we do it now? And most of us have to address this because it can go all the way through our lives. Like I've asked questions for myself, but not as a relationship. I've asked about manifestation, and this has come up for me. So I'm like, oh, I see. So it does happen to me too. It's okay. I don't see myself as non-committal. I only see that they want one thing. It can be very hard to get a lot of people that want this, like something with you that's the case. Sorry guys that we're going to be a little bit late tonight doing your readings. I hope you guys are okay in the background. Do make sure if you finish your first cup of tea, you can get another one. Will David come back in a relationship with me? Does he still have feelings for me? I think this person is offering possibly to come back. But you need to reevaluate like how you approach this, because that's the case. So you've got to reevaluate how you approach this relationship, because without that, he is not going to bring back the feelings. He's going to offer the relationship, but he might not bring back the feelings at all. Jamie says, will my Aries come back? Unfortunately, I think that's spent. So, Jamie, I don't see your Aries coming back to you whatsoever. Sorry. Sorry, Danny. Can I ask what's next for me? Okay, so Ace of Pentacles, a Flamme. So there is a offer money coming in. So this can be a business offer or opportunity. Page of Pentacles, rebalance your finances. So it is time to actually rebalance things, and because you know how to balance your books and stuff like that, you should actually introduce that back. There's unfortunately a time of like a little bit of a heartbreak or some kind of upset here, and that's okay. Like there might be just like that you've bitten off too much at the moment, Flamme, and you might have to let something go. But that's okay. That's fine. You know, like you can always pick these things up later. It doesn't mean that they're going to be gone for good. Miracles exist when the universe helps me move to my desired country this year, specifically this month. Don't have anything prepared. I'm leaving it on the universe. Miracles exist. You might have to have a little bit of a talk with yourself about this. An Ace of Wands, you will get this. I don't think it'll be in this month because you have to reevaluate how you're going to move. So it seems like the approach that you have is slightly wrong, and you need to actually move that or do something about that. But yeah, I think that you have to really work on like things um to reevaluate it. But yeah, overall I'd say it's positive. I think that you will move this year. Tenant Wild says, the letter I wrote today, will my people receive it? And how will it affect them? It's not good. Whatever you wrote in there is not good. I think that you were quite angry when you wrote it. And Tenant, they will feel very weak when they read it. So whatever it impacted them, the emotions coming through. So that's the case. I would definitely say that that's the case. But overall, I don't. I think this was good for your mental health, to be honest. So don't always feel like that's a bad thing. Okay, am I manifesting H? Can I manifest to meet him this year? Okay, there is some connection towards you and H. So it's not like you're not manifesting this person. Will you manifest to meet them this year? No. You'll have to walk away for that. I think that there is a connection, but I don't think that you'll meet them where you are. So I think that you have to walk away from manifesting them in this year. Cosette says, hey, is AM my twin flame? I felt like I could relate to that. How does he feel? We've only met once and blocked each other. No. If you were twin flames, you'd probably be. This is weird. Because there's kind of like probably a karmic connection here. So it can be interesting because twin flames and karmic connections get caught together all the time. Mostly because they do look similar. You have that kind of like bounce off each other, I guess that's what I would say. But overall, yeah, there wasn't like anything there that I would call twin flame. And thank you sending you glitter with imaginary sound effects. That's amazing. I love it. Thank you, Andy. I love glitter with imaginary sound effects. That sounds amazing. He says, what kind of spirit am I? A mischievous little, what do you call them? Goblin. Like, you know, the little tiny, like, pixie goblins? So you come in and you like do nice things in the house, and if people don't look after you and don't feed you, then you like you turn into a troublemaker and destroy their house. Well, not destroy their house, make things go missing and pull the hair on their cat's tail. So yeah, be your goblin spirit. So cute. Pride and Prejudice says, "Will Stanley find the right wife? I feel like women see he's nice and try to take advantage, like his ex-fiance. He's always going to attract very strong women. Pride and Prejudice overall. Also he needs a strong woman because he keeps on running around and being chaotic. He needs someone to take over and pull him into line to be a good husband. But overall, he'll actually have like probably a breadwinner, so she'll actually take over most of the finances. So yeah, she's going to be a good wife, but she'll be like probably he'll complain to his friends that she's slightly a ball buster. But honestly, without that, there won't be a woman that can make him an honest man, to be honest. Tisha says, Ace current feelings for you. Very good. There's also the running around there, Tisha. So honestly, there is like this kind of connection, but they're also not really spending any of it. Like, they're running around. Like, honestly, you might need to like go out and take the horse go riding. Lasso them. Bring them back. But honestly, they're thinking very good, but they're not really expending any energy into a connection. Will I get ever married? I love this boy. I don't want to marry anyone else. I don't know whether we'll end up together or not. Yes, you will get married. I love this boy. I think that you will get married. I don't know whether it's this boy. Cats are cute. Also, you need to realize that you need to address some kind of anger issues that you might have overall. You're a very intelligent woman. So, or person. But you're a very intelligent person overall, and you do have this kind of. You might be very young too, because the anger. I'm not meaning to like bottle it up too much, but you do have to realize that you do have that anger attached to you. And it might be that why you're not going to be with this boy, Cat's cute, is because you just have growing up to do. Hello! Can you please teach me how to do tarot? I don't know. Like, the whole idea is that if I do another tarot deck, I might not be able to remember it completely. Because there's a lot of things, but I can try and teach you. We might do tarot teaching someday. Do you want one? It's me. When Omar and me going to meet, I'm not sure if he's going to come to the ceremony. It's going to be a very, very long time. And he's not going to come to the ceremony, Fatin. Danny says, should I keep my internship or should I do extra course instead? You should focus on one thing, Danny. You should continue your internship. And you should actually spend time connecting with other people, Danny. Because that's important. You're a very, how would I say it? Extroverted person. You like being around people. So this is time to get some connections in. Oh, yikes, of course. Please do that soon. I already do, like, what? How many hours have I done already, guys? We've done 5 hours already tonight. I might do a special one straight for you. It's me. You're very welcome, Danny. Someone says, will I pass the NEET exam with high score? It's an exam that students need to give in order to enter medical school. So honestly, you are feeling kind of very inundated. You feel very young and very, like you can't do this. And I think that you don't realize the differences between you getting this and like how small you are is not that far away. Like this cat can get it. It's just the difference between you thinking that you can get it and you thinking that you can't get it. Judgment obviously is going to be very positive as someone, so I think that's up to your mental space. So please teach us how to read tarot. Well, obviously I would have to start with the Red or White deck because that's probably what you're going to be using. That's the general one that everyone uses when they start out. I do not have a Red or White deck here at all. So I might need to like probably buy one so I can teach you guys. What's coming towards me? Who's coming towards me? Firstly, there's someone coming in that's very excited and very happy. Excited and happy all the time. And they're talking about all the things that they're going to do. They might be a little bit younger than you, Jane. A little bit. Not that much. There's also a thing about like walking away from a connection right now. So it seems like there's a connection here that's not serving you. I don't know whether it's friend or something that's not completely there, and you should just like leave that. Astrid says, what are Liam's energies and thoughts towards me? Okay, so this person thinks that you're too busy working on your career or working on earning money, Astrid, that you're not going to keep a house for them. Now, that's incredibly, like, old-fashioned, but it could be just that this person sees you working on your own thing and doesn't think that you would help them make a home together. So this could be just their preoccupation right now, because sometimes when we are going through different phases of love, we see different things, and this could be just that this stage is this thought, you know. Could you use this one? I would have to tell you all the meanings. If I teach you this deck, then you'll only want to use this deck. Which is probably not a good thing. And I should actually try to use other decks as well. Gloria, you still here, honey. I know, you keep on telling me, asking the same question. So Gloria, please help. My boyfriend is a Leo and I'm a Libra. Together, again. Okay. This is interesting because there is this very big, strong energy between you guys. Leos can be quite active, and they're always kind of like looking out for better things. So this person tends to be very present driven, and you tend to be very future focused. So this is interesting, Gloria, because this is what is holding you guys apart. And this person needs to stop being so present focused, and they need to look at the future. So this might be that your boyfriend at the moment is not thinking about a family. So they're not going to come back to you anytime soon, unless they really get to that point that they want a family. And you might have moved on by then. To be honest, I don't see you waiting around for someone that can't make up their mind. 10 out, of course you can. Does that mean my spirit's evil? No, goblins are not evil. They look after people very, very well. But they're also mischievous. So they're not actually they're not, I would call them hobgoblins. So they actually look after the house, and they look after, they tend to be, you know, the story of like the cobbler and the shoes getting made every single morning, and he realizes they're goblins. They're very, very cute. Honestly, I love them as fae folk. You're very welcome, Gloria. How does he feel about being where we you probably don't hit it off the first time's the boomer. So it might take you guys a while to actually get back together again. Because the first time was just not great. So you guys just leave it alone, and then you try to be friends and it doesn't work. So then you guys go and do this traveling, and you bump into each other while traveling. So I think this is a couple of years. So it seems like you guys might meet like in the next like year, and then it just doesn't work out, and then you guys go traveling, possibly together. Somehow you guys go together and it works great, and then you come back as a couple, because that's how I feel like that's going to go down. Leah says, can I have a general reading? Okay, Leah, you're in a high manifestation period right now. So anything that's not serving you, you should let go of. So it might be that you're clinging on to things that are actually you're struggling with, that you should let go of to bring in things that are coming in with the manifestation. So honestly, sometimes it's very hard to be in a period of manifestation because you have to not care. It's very hard to not care about things. um, you like sit there and go, oh, but I need the money and I need, and you're like, and you're in this state of like wearing yourself out all the time, like constantly 24/7 thinking about things. Cosette says, I want to ask about my family as well. Will my family, two brothers, find happiness? I don't trust my half sister, A. Okay, so honestly, your brothers, it's hard because your older brother will spend a lot of money until he saves. Your middle brother tends to blame other people for things, so it might be that he will need to take control of his life, and that will happen after something happens, So these two will have to deal with their issues, and then your half sister. Yeah, I don't know when your half sister will ever find love. There's something to do with them dealing with all their stuff. So it could be just that they'll all have to deal with stuff. But I don't see your half sister getting any in any good relationship. It might be any good relationship, not love generally, but General Please says Amanda. Did I do Amanda's? I don't think so. Sorry, Amanda. You did ask another question, but I don't know whether it was general. Okay, so it's time to actually just relax and be very happy. Do be mature about how other people are going to respond to you just being Hakuna Matata. That's usually what I mean by the full card is there's a lot of times that you just need to let go in life, and that's about now. There's also like times in the past that you might have held on to not letting go, and you might have really hated being calm and just not worrying about things. So I think, Amanda, this might be a very hard time for you to just relax and let it go. But it's down to the higher good, I promise. We'll do another 10 minutes and then I'll close chat for tonight. That means that I will be doing everybody's, before you run away, everybody's reading until the list is closed, because I write list is closed and then yeah. um Pink Light, does Isum look down on me? He was very closed off and rude, as if he can do better. He thinks he can, Pink Light, but I don't think he can. He's chasing, but I don't know. You should let him chase, because obviously he thinks that he could do better. Well, fine, you know. Bubbles? Hey, Bubbles. Hello, Charlie. Is it Charlie? Oh, Charlie. I suppose there's no R in there. Babita says, how does he feel about me? Will he ever fall in love with me? I love him so much. I could tell. Your heart is overflowing. The cards are saying work on yourself, so it might be one-sided, unfortunately, Babita. Yeah, I can feel like your heart like so full it's gonna burst. So it might be time to, yeah, realize to use that energy on yourself and grow yourself. Shaylee? Oh, okay, Shaylee. Sorry. Renee says, does my friend Ume have feelings for me? Yeah, by the cards, yes, Renee. There's flirtation, Ace of Wands, there is that chase. You're very welcome, Gloria. Oh my lord. That just all came out. What a message would future me like to convey right now about my love life? I like a boy and I will be in a relationship by then. Okay. Apparently, aesthetics. This might not happen. You might be heartbroken or you will have to walk away from this relationship. But I think that like your future you is telling you that you now then control your life. And it might be time to see the new possibilities that are there, aesthetics. So honestly, I think that your future you is possibly being very hard on you right now, but that's okay. That's fine. Like honestly, you being in control of yourself and being a master of your own destiny is probably what your future self really wants to say. Because weirdly enough, I don't think that you're going to remember this boy that you like now. AJ says, I'm getting in a good college seat, but not as good as my expectations. Should I keep preparing, working hard for the college of my dreams, or should I settle with the one I'm getting right now? Honestly, I don't think this college, even if you got in the college of your dreams, it would be a good match. I think you're actually better off with the ones that you actually got in right now. So, yeah. So, honestly, this one seems to be more a match to you. 13 says, will I make money if I work with Butcher for his project idea? I need to pay my fees for my master. 13, you will make money. It might not be that much, but it'll at least give you a roof and some food. So I feel like you will get enough money for that. Bubbles, I'm nearly at... No, I'm not at you yet. I thought that it was... Sorry, Bubbles. You're close, though. I'm lying. I'm sorry. Bubbles. Very soon. Karen says, what are Jonah's attentions and real feelings for me? Of course, he's been calling more, visiting more, bringing more of his personal stuff to mine. Wondering, Karen, it seems like this is like slow growing. So he's seeing how it's going to be. So he's slowly building a connection. And kind of like this is the wheel of fortune. He's trusting the universe that is going to go somewhere. So I don't know whether it's going to be like marriage. Karen, it might be a committed relationship because I remember you asking for the leading to a marriage. It might never get to marriage, but you might have a committed partner instead. Okay, give me a second because I am going to close this list. Don't run away because I'm going to do everybody's readings and then I will close the list. You're very welcome, Karen. Okay, so everyone's still here? Okay, Sarah, we have closed the list, but because it's a very slow growing list, yeah, I will do yours. Okay, so a message from my twin flame. When will I meet him? Okay, so Flamme, it seems like look after yourself, feed yourself right, make sure you're okay, because this person will look after you. But the other things that I would definitely say is that yeah, you might need to control this, but not be scared of meeting them. I think that's what I would say is you might not know this person when you meet them. It might be going through your life. You might have this profound connection, but you might not, you might just pass them by. You will, of course. So I go down to the list is closed. Unfortunately, it's always hard because there's always a slow list. Kishish, you'll be on that list as well. But that's it. After Kishish tonight, we will finish. So what was it? What does a Q diversion of so pink light, that was a Freudian slip if I ever heard one. Um, what does Q the Virgo think of it? So honestly, this person is thinking about the present when they should be focusing on the future. So there is this divine manifestation coming in for them. So they're manifesting this relationship. So it seems like they're very present focused. Probably imagining all the things that you could be doing together. AJ says, I was getting. Okay, no, I did do yours, AJ. Chi Mama says, hi there. The person on my mind still wants this connection with me. He's been solid, but could be busy. Honestly, he's still excited about this connection, Chi. It might be that you need to renew that connection with him. But yeah, honestly, this person's still excited about this, though. Kaya says, T is still feeling about me? How is T still feeling about me? there is that kind of connection between you both. You're very, very, very compatible. But it seems like this person doesn't know how to respond to feelings. Okay, yeah. So it's like this person might be a little bit obtuse when it comes to feelings or emotions or anything like that. They tend to be very not emotional. Karen says, will medical aid that came today will allow to take me on as a full-time client? It seems so. It might be a little bit like, Karen, there might be a little bit of a cost thing with it. But Karen overall, yes. So it seems like hard because that's the case as well. Before what time? On a Tuesday. So it's supposed to be 7 p.m. at GMT, but it might be a little bit later because I do have a Reiki session that's booked in at 8 o'clock my time. So it might be 9 before I actually get to do this. So 9 p.m. tomorrow, guys. Because the person that I'm doing the Reiki for is a little bit older. And so I really want to get that report done on time for them. So it's usually 7 p.m. mostly, but for this week it'll be 9. Jacqueline says, what are Zach's feelings towards me currently? Thanks. So Jacqueline, this is interesting. So this person seems to be trying to respond to your emotions. They're learning to respond to their emotions, but they're also, Jacqueline, wanting to explore and see the world. So this is kind of hard for them to deal with relationships overall. They tend to be very adventurous and they're like exploring. So sometimes they don't settle down very well. So it might be one of those things, Jacqueline, you just have to deal with them really wanting to explore and see the world and travel and stuff like that. So you're very welcome, Andy. Thank you for staying tonight. Pretty says, will I have all the things in my wish list in my notebook by the time that school starts back up again? Pretty, I don't think so. I think you're doing very well, Pretty in Pink, but you won't get everything. Sandra says, will R come back to me? This person's a little bit scared about things. Possibly not at the moment. There is some pressure from friends or family to come back to you, but there's also that you are feeling very emotional, and that's kind of pushing them away as well. They're avoidant attachment, and you are probably what would I say, anxiety attachment. So you guys tend to repel each other just because someone wants a closer connection and the other one doesn't want that connection at all. They kind of get stifled, unfortunately. Al Yokes! You Al Yokes? Can I have a romance reading? Woo! There's the journey for you in romance. Oh, thank you, Karen. I do appreciate it. I'm hoping soon enough that I get monetized. It's not that far away for me. So what was it? I double checked the other day and I need 248 subscribers and 1,105 watch hours. So if anybody knows anybody that wants to come and watch some tarot readings, feel free. And always love and support. If you can stay on for an extra hour after I've done all your readings, feel free. If not, your attendance is always wonderful. So Ali Yokes, this is your reading today. So it seems like you tend to spend a lot of your energy on a lot of people. You tend to be highly charismatic and you care about people a lot. And you tend to feel responsible for them a lot. Thank you, Pride and Prejudice. I definitely appreciate everybody that stays on. Thank you. So this is interesting because I do see you taking on a lot of responsibility in your relationships overall. With this, Ali, you've got 2 journeys coming up. You can choose one or you can choose the other. And when these journeys come to you, you will actually have a chance to meet 2 people. So with both options, that there's no such thing as the wrong option. It just means that you'll be brought to another person. Instead of the other person, you'll get the other one. And that's okay. That's good. And so it's kind of a mystery overall where you're going to end up, but that's good. I think that sometimes we can be very give you everything as a reading, and I think that's sad because I really want you to sometimes have that bit where you're like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen, so now I'm excited. Jolie says a general read. Me too. I'm alone and work from home. Thank you, Flemmy. General reading, please. Okay, so it seems like, Jolie, that your luck right now is kind of a weird thing to say, that it's tied to your luck. On the scale of 1 to 10, Jolie, like, what do you feel when I say luck for you? Because that's a weird thing that I would feel like it's... Let me pull another card. Yeah, okay. So this is why you're unlucky right now, is you're mentally putting yourself in this headspace. So this is like why you're mentally struggling with a lot of things, and because you keep on constricting yourself and mentally turning inwards and struggling with yourself, you're kind of creating this luck that's not particularly great right now. And this I think you need to address, because mentally we are these stories that we tell ourselves. Whether we like it or not, the stories that we tell ourselves are pretty powerful. And they're always going to be true. Whether we like them or not, they're not good. Does Omar have someone, another person in his life that he likes or loves? Yes, Fatin, I think so. This could be his mom more than another romantic interest, because I feel like he's very close to his mom. So overall, that could be the case, is that it's more his mom than someone else. But yes. What does my dad think of me, and what does my mom think of me? Okay. So your mom feels like you're quite foolish, Pink Light. Also, that you sometimes don't give up and walk away from the situation. You also listen to your friends more than you listen to her sometimes, and that gets her mad. So what does your dad think about you? Your dad feels like you're very similar to him, and you have the same strength. So it seems like you and your dad are very similar beings, but he also thinks that you don't spend time with him or don't have the same hobbies and interests. So he's kind of sad about that, because honestly, he does want you to be spend more time with him overall. But yeah, that's what I would say, Pink Light, they both feel. Will I meet David this year? No, unfortunately, Danny, I don't think so. Based on this card, that's definitely a no, unfortunately. Tanil? Tanil? Are you still here? Tanil? Bubbles, are you still here? I hope so. Okay, so love reading. You're staying where you are, Tanil. Unfortunately, there's no movement. There's also an argument with people right now that you're just dealing with. This could be actually argument with your mum and dad, because they want you to be happy. Ace of Cups. Your heart is full, unfortunately. So even if you're wanting to manifest someone, they have to have space, heart space, for you to come in. So Jane says, how will college be like for me in August? Not good, unfortunately. It seems like you might have to let some of your subjects go, or move them on or defer them on for a little bit, because it might be a little bit too much of workload for you in August, unfortunately, Jane. Cassian says, I think I'm her NFT. What am I, kind of spirit am I? I think you could be like a proper fae. Like, faes are very interesting because it depends on which one you're talking to. Sometimes humans shouldn't talk to fae. Fae are quite old as spirits. So fae have been around on Earth for a long time. They're probably even more ancient than Earth itself. So Fae, they can be considered evil, but I don't think that they are evil. They just have different intentions than us. So when we deem them evil, that's because they don't tend to deal with our rules. They're very old. So for them, like, they blink and a human dies, like, that's how small and insignificant we are. They probably spend more time with animals than they do humans. Sensory, unfortunately, we're finished for tonight. Some of the stories they are, Charlie. So it depends on which ones you want. So they're not bad, but depending on which folklore you're dealing with. So the Irish Fae are definitely evil. So depending on which ones they are, you know. So honestly, they're wise. They're very old. They've lived for a very long time. They don't need anything. So, are they on Earth? There's a lot of stories about Fae, but I don't think that there's a particular one that I can think of that you would be part of it. Probably would Fae. Could you say, Charlie, that some people would find them evil? I'm very sure the way that you treat Faes, they could be, depending on how you deal with them. I mean, other girl. Well, you have to really want to work with spirits to actually deal with them. Because obviously, bringing in exactly. But as far as I know from lore, so there's like stories of babies getting kidnapped by Fae and stuff like that. So depending on how you interact with Fae, they're different. They're different from human beings, and you have to show them tremendous respect. Um, by some folklore, they can be. So, but obviously, everybody's different. You also have to give like spirits tremendous respect as well. It doesn't matter which ones you're working with. Cosette says, about me, will I find happiness? Can I help them? Yes, you will get happiness. Did I miss you, Bubbles? I did miss you. Where was Bubbles? Bubbles! Did I do Bubbles? Bubble, bubble, bubble. Bubbles. Yes, I did miss Bubbles. No, so when I mean spirits, I mean what your energy is like as a person. Gossip, unfortunately we're finished tonight. I won't be taking any new questions. Bubble says, is HG the one for me? Should I move to his country to meet him? I think that he is. You should take time to get to know each other, but this person looks after you and wants to care for you. So honestly, this person's actually really a nice person. So it depends on what folklore you're dealing with. Like obviously the Irish folklore is like very scary. So depending on which ones you're dealing with, it's very interesting. Is it the end between Omar and me? He will forget me. Honestly, this is weird because you have the same energy as his mom, I think. That's why you're both kind of similar, like close together. Obviously, I'm not going to compare you to his mom. That's not fair. But, you know, like you guys have both caring energy. So I don't think he will ever forget you, Fatine. You were skipped too? Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, sorry. Andy. I did forget Andy's. What is my calling in Korea to help others create financial independence? How will I? So, interestingly enough, you might not always help other people, but you will create financial independence. And when will I achieve this? This seems very soon, Andy. So, yeah, that's soon. Okay, so Tenant says, does God, I'm throwing cards tonight. So, does FSJ the Leo hate us? How does he see us as a collective? Honestly, this person just doesn't want to be in any of your lives. I don't think that's the, yeah. I feel like that's what I would say is he doesn't really want to be close to any of you, and he wants to like hoard everything. So it seems like this person might be a little bit selfish overall. Tenant, that's what I'm feeling is like a kind of a little bit of a thing. Shaylee, did you ask a question? You're very welcome, Andy. Yeah, Tenant, don't worry about him. But I'm getting some real selfish vibes from him. Flamme, was Nicholas my twin flame soulmate, or was the other guy in high school? There was like something with Nicholas overall that might have been like a flame there for you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Shaylee. Oh, sorry, it's so late in the night for me that I'm glad that I can even speak English, and English is my only language. I am not going very well tonight. uh, sorry guys. Cat, it's cat toxic. It's Caitlin. Will me and Patrick's relationship be better now we got back together? There is a hold on someone. I don't know whether it's him or you that are holding on to something in the past that you need to let go of. Because that's the case. There's something that you need to let go of for this to renew. But I think that honestly, Caitlin, there seems to be this caring and protecting, which might have not been the case in the past for both of you, is that you know how much you both mean to each other. So I hope that this resolves and goes away and that it will be much better now in the future. Yeah, so honestly, like holding on to like a cycle and like getting it to repeat is hard because like sometimes you need to let go and move on. And if you keep on holding on to this won't go away until you let go of it. DS says, what does AL tell others about me and compare me as? I don't know whether this person actually says anything about you and probably doesn't compare you as. So yes, that's probably not fair to them. So they tend to be a very private person, and they don't really tend to talk about others. So they just like, it's like what you're asking for doesn't exist because they tend to not tell anybody about anything. I think it was Nicholas, my twin flame. It's interesting because that feels like right. That you're right about Nicholas. Am I going to be single forever? Said Charlotte. No. There's a King of Swords coming in for you. So, this is an amazing reading. So Magician, obviously you're bringing in this person as ideas right now. So, this is your perfect connection. So this is usually a masculine card, so masculine energy overall. So King of Swords upright tends to be they've worked on their anger, so they're perfect. They're like what I would say is traditional male energy, so they tend to be that leadership quality. They tend to be able to be very highly charismatic, and they tend to be very intelligent. So yeah, they tend to be a leader, and they can be very charismatic in general, and they're great to be around. And sometimes it's hard for swords in general because they tend to be very blunt and very honest, and sometimes they have to deal with that. Thirdly is that if they get too stressed, because swords don't show stress until it's too late, and then when they get stressed, they get overwhelmed, and then they go to anger because that's where they go, like cups of sadness and depression and a lot of interesting things, but swords tend to go to anger because they tend to get angry with themselves because they're now angry. I'm laughing. Yes, of course, Flamme. Yes, of course, Fatty. Oh, oh, my lord. I'm laughing, but I'm also coughing. There's a life choice that you're choosing right now that brings this person in for you. So I don't know what that life choice is for you. Also, you're cute and adorable, and you might be treated like this person, like you are needing to be looked after, like slightly like a child, which don't worry if they do that, because they might just be might just feel like they have got more experience in life, and just realize that that's probably just their bluntness talking. Yes, shove all emotions down into. I think they just get stressed. So I bring myself out as Queen of Swords. That's my card, and I would say what happens is we're very good at not being stressed until we are too stressed, and then we just then fall off the bridge. So it's hard for us because the anger is something that we have to control overall. You're very welcome, Charlie. I hope that helped you tonight. So the answer is no to that question. What is my P says, what is my husband's true feelings for me is a toxic energy. Honestly, sometimes you should walk away from these things because it seems like you guys are not working on the same level. Honestly, this person wants the ability to provide for you and give you a nice place, but it seems like when you guys are talking, you guys want different things, and it's creating this kind of tension, and then it kind of becomes worse. And I don't know how to deal with this other than you walking away from this and doing your own thing in this house or in the relationship in general, and then coming back and talking about it very unemotionally or just like detached. I guess that's what I would say. I always enjoy your lives. I was having a really rough day. Many hugs to you. Actually, wait for it. Invisible psychic glitter. There you go. You're covered in glitter. And this time you don't even have to worry about it getting in the floorboards. So Pride and Prejudice says, what will happen to my mental health? How can I heal from the past? So it's interesting because you're not listening to your shadow self, Pride and Prejudice. So this might be calls to do shadow work. I wouldn't say do it while you're feeling bad because it's going to have a hard thing. So yeah. And then there is flirtation. So it might be time to sometimes treat yourself to something nice. Because you've got to treat yourself as like you would treat someone that you like. And honestly, be nice to yourself and give yourself plenty of water. So it might be time to actually do some hydrate check and stuff like that. So water probably is. Hello, Morgan. We're we're finished. Take a break from it. Is it so he means good? Yeah, so it might be that you guys are arguing about things that are because you come from different points of view, and while you guys are in that very attacked energy, you guys can't talk. So Sarah says, should I keep my volunteering position? It's bringing you a lot of joy. So yes, Sarah, I would definitely say so. Do we ever technically by the thought of it is that you meet your twin because your twin's part of you. Technically, the whole idea is that your twin and you are from the same root of the tree, technically. And so therefore you guys split. And that's why twin flames are very hard to deal with because they're in the mirror of yourself. And so soulmates are that connection, so the roots away from each other that bring that. So therefore you can have plenty of soulmates, but you can only have one twin flame. So for donations as well, Morgan, if you donate, I'm sure I can get you in there. So is anybody else? I did Fatin, didn't I? I did Yeah, so the whole idea is you spend lots of your lives. Not the last one. What is the last one? List is closed. No, I did this one. And I said he won't forget you. Is it the end between Omar and me? And I said no. Next time's okay. Thank you. So he won't forget you. I did do that one for you, Fatin. Yes, the heaven and hell in one. So it's hard because with the Akashic records, we repeat multiple lives. So technically, it depends on what you mean by the end of the life. So technically, if we're living in a simulation or the universe is learning what it is and that we're part of it, technically everything will be resolved and we go back together. And so therefore technically by a lot of things we should meld back with our twin flame. So it's kind of a hard thing because based on a very, very long thought about how twin flames exist is because at the start of creation, man and woman were the same creature. And apparently we couldn't work as the same creature. So we got divided, and that's why we have a twin flame. That's always like, if we're a female, they're male, kind of thing. So that's why we get brought back together. Thank you, Fatin. So it's hard because twin flames are very interesting because they're the mirror of ourselves, like the perfect mirror. So just think of having a perfect reflection of you being brought together, like all your flaws exposed, every single part of you being absolutely on display, and then you having to deal with that in another person. So it's hard because like twin flames are going to be hard to live with because they're completely us, but they're completely different, but they're the same. And then soulmates are energies. So it's hard because depending on how you view it as. So if you're thinking of the world tree, then your twin flames are the space of the trunk, like the root, and then your soulmates are the spread out of every single other connection. So that's why you can have plenty of soulmates, but only one twin flame. So it's hard for us because there's so many different laws about connections and how we go together and how we meld together. And so depending on how you deal with religion and psychology and philosophy and different things. So if you believe in Carl Jung's idea that we're all connected by a sea of consciousness, everybody's linked. And that's why we have ESP and all of these beautiful things that kind of meld together, and everyone's part of the sea of consciousness, and no one leaves it. So even if you die, you still go back to the sea. to be brought back into consciousness. There's so ideas are linked, and that's why the interesting part about technology is that at one point of time in our advancement, even if people are completely different and they never get to talk to each other, there could be two separate tribes or more around the world that get to a certain amount of advancement at the same time. So so depending on how you believe and how much you study, it's up to you to believe whatever you want to believe, because I'm only here as someone that reads cards for you. So I'm going to go to bed. So if we want another day where I talk about twin flames and all of these things, or we do some tarot and I teach you how to read your cards or any of those things, let me know so I can set that up for you. Night, guys. See you tomorrow. And realize that I'm going to be slightly late because I'm going to be doing a reiki session before I come in, and it's for a client that's a little bit older, so I'm going to have to deal with that because I want to make sure that he gets it on time, and so I can do his report before I get on here. So it's going to be 9 o'clock instead of 7 p.m., but I always going to be here on 7 unless I tell you otherwise. Have a very good night, my lovelies. Have a very good sleep, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.